2004, the Tokyo Development Learning Center was established as a joint initiative between the World Bank and the Japanese government, drawing on the experience of Japan and other countries across the region. It aimed to serve as a platform for knowledge sharing and collaboration. The TDLC launch event was attended by notable figures, including James Wolfensohn, who was then the president of the World Bank and the proponent of the Knowledge Bank, and Sadako Ogata, then the president of the Japan International Cooperation Agency. These leaders highlighted the importance of Japan's international cooperation in knowledge sharing and capacity building. Over the next decade, TDLC conducted various distance learning programs covering healthcare, education, microfinance, and disaster risk management, and facilitated the capacity building of practitioners in the East Asia and Pacific region. When TDLC was mapped to the Social, Urban, Rural, and Resilience Global Practice in 2015, it started to share knowledge on urban development at the global level. In April 2016, TDLC launched Technical Deep Dives, which consists of peer learning, presentations, site visits, and action planning, and brought task teams across the world to Japan to learn about Japanese and global development practices. As a follow-up to the TDD, TDLC also launched the Operational Support Program, a technical assistance program to support World Bank loan projects in various countries, helping our counterparts incorporate Japan's insights in their policies and projects related to municipal finance, climate change, solid waste management, flood measures, waterfront development, and sewerage facility renovation. The foundation of these TDDs and operational support programs is the City Partnership Program. Under this program, TDLC collaborates with Japanese cities to uncover and disseminate practical knowledge and experience at the city level. Initially, the program started with 4 cities: Kitakyushu, Kobe, Toyama, and Yokohama. Later, partner cities were expanded to include Fukuoka, Kyoto, and Hiroshima. The knowledge and expertise of these Japanese local governments and experts is also reflected in TDLC's publications, which have documented waste management policies, urban renewal efforts, and land readjustment efforts in Japanese cities. Above all, a growing number of TDLC program participants have been exposed to urban development efforts in Japan and have engaged in extensive discussions about creating livable cities with relevant parties from other countries. Upon returning to their home countries, they not only share what they have learned in Japan with their colleagues and apply it to policies and projects in their own countries, but also pass on their own success stories to the next generation. TDLC will continue to work with city officials and other stakeholders, both in Japan and abroad, to become a unique knowledge hub that supports the creation of more livable cities around the world. 20 years of impact and innovation, and this is just the beginning.
Ladies and gentlemen, mm, you're kindly invited to take your seats. We will be starting the session shortly. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for joining us from all over the world and from throughout the country to the World Bank Tokyo Development Learning Center anniversary event. Thank you. Today's event will be moderated and presented in Japanese or English, depending on the session. We have simultaneous interpretation. You will find this device on your table. If you're listening in English, please turn to channel 1. And if you're listening in Japanese, please turn to channel 2. During the session, we kindly ask you to turn off your smartphone or turn to silent mode. You might be wondering who I am. Sorry for introducing myself late, but I flew from Iran on Persian mat. My name is Zahel Rose, and I'll be serving as a moderator. Well, not on the Persian mat, but actually I took a train to come here, and it is a great pleasure for me to be able to join you today. I am originally from Iran, and Japan and Iran has had diplomatic relations for 90 years, and society has been changing. And as for myself, I have spent a lot of time in an orphanage as a war orphan. And so, based on my experience, and I want to later on share with you why I am serving as a moderator today. I am so grateful and happy to see so many of you joining the session today. On behalf of the organizers, I would like to thank the embassies of the countries that have participated in the knowledge sharing activities organized by the World Bank. From the Uganda Embassy, Her Excellency Ms. Kahua Tofas, Ambassador from Uganda. From the Embassy of the Republic of Kosovo, His Excellency Dr. Sabri Kichimari. From the Embassy of Royal Thai, His Excellency Mr. Wich Vichachiwa. We have the attendance of the three ambassadors. We are very grateful for your attendance, Your Excellencies. So I briefly would like to say a few words about Uganda, because as a matter of fact, if I could share with you how I grew up, at the age of 4, I lost my family because of war. Until the age of 7, I spent time in a war orphanage in Iran. And my now mother decided to raise me when I was 7. And I have been able to grow up thanks to the support of so many people. If my mother did not decide to take care of me, my mother country is in such a difficult and challenging situation. There are many parts of the country that is so devastated that it doesn't have the basic infrastructure. If I was not educated, if I was not taking care of my mother, I would not be standing here, and I would not be inspired to take any action. But now that I have been supported by many people, I have had the opportunity of visiting camps in different countries, in Uganda and in Bangladesh. As a personal action, I am engaged in education for children, and I am also personally engaged in supporting the elderly uh, as part of job creation. And so just because you're extending support, that's not the end of it, because support can all of a sudden turn into rule or control. And so I wanted to take part in this event because through World Bank, many countries are being supported, having the infrastructures in place, and by increasing the level of livelihood, the people in the countries are able to learn and study, because education is indispensable for us to live. So, together with you, I want to learn with you and think about the potential that Japan has, and would like to bridge what Japan has to developing countries. I think that's the kind of partnership that only Japan can do. And I want to make this event such an event, bridging Japan and developing countries. I am not used to moderating a symposium like this, but I want to make it a warm atmosphere so that we can bridge Japan and your countries. Thank you. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Hiroshi Takami, Special Representative of Japan to the World Bank, to give an opening remark.
Please go ahead. Sahel-san, thank you very much for the introduction. Hello to everyone in this venue and to those people watching through Zoom. As introduced, I am Hiroshi Takami, a Special Representative of Japan to the World Bank. I'd like to welcome you all to this 20 years anniversary event hosted by the World Bank Tokyo Development Learning Center. Many people are here and many people are watching us through Zoom, and I thank you very much and I welcome you sincerely. I'm truly grateful to those who have traveled long distance to be part of this commemorative event, especially to those guests from Madagascar, Kenya, Bangladesh, and Philippines and India. And also for those people who have traveled from various countries for this event. Thank you very much. I'm also very much honored to have the attendance of Mr. Kizo Hisamoto, Mayor of Kobe, Mr. Hirohisa Fuji, Mayor of Toyama, Mr. Eiichi Nakayama, Deputy Mayor of Fukuoka, Mr. Kenichi Katayama, Deputy Mayor of Kitakyushu, Mr. Mikiharu Nakai, Deputy Mayor of Hiroshima, as well as the three ambassadors, a representative from the Ministry of the Finance, Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transport and Tourism, Ministry of the Environment, and JICA. As mentioned in the opening video, TDLC was established in 2004 as a joint initiative of the World Bank and the government of Japan in order to serve as a platform for knowledge sharing and cooperation based on the experiences of Japan and the other regions around the world. We have in the recent years, I've been working on knowledge sharing towards livable cities with a focus on delivering training programs in Japan. I was appointed as the current post only last month. However, having previously worked at the Asian Development Bank Institute and so forth, I'm fully aware that the provision of intellectual support and sharing of knowledge to policymakers and business practitioners in developing countries is as significant as providing financing. I'm also I understand that Japan's contribution in international cooperation regarding knowledge sharing and capacity building is not small at all. As many of you know, Japan was once a recipient of loans from the World Bank. In 1966, Japan graduated from being a loan recipient from the World Bank, having earlier signed 31 projects totaling some $863 million that included the Tokaido Shinkansen, the bullet train, which started operation in 1964. It should be noted that Japan subsequently joined the World Bank, at this time as a contributing company, and become a driver of not only financing but also knowledge sharing. Since my appointment as the special representative of Japan to the World Bank, I've had the opportunity to come in touch with TDLC's role in developing livable cities, which has been very stimulating. In the 79 years since the end of the Second World War, Japan has experienced rapid population growth and urbanization and other changes ahead of the rest of the world. I believe that Japan can provide various hints for other countries and cities on how to adapt their cities in this context. And in that regard, I am very much looking forward to the keynote to be delivered by Dr. Takashi Onishi and Dr. Ayo Sasaki today. In this way, while there is much to be learned from Japan, I believe that the sharing of knowledge is always a two-way process and that we can learn new things from each other. Today, I'm looking forward to learning from our guests from developing countries as they talk about their stories in their respective cities. Funding. TDLC will continue to play a central role as a platform of information sharing with developing nations. And finally, I would like to express my gratitude to the Japanese government for making this event possible through the Tokyo Development Learning Center, and to our partner, our local governments, and to you all who work in the urban development for your constant and generous cooperation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Takami. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Tsuda from the Ministry of Finance. You have the floor. Thank you for the kind introduction. From the Multilateral Development Banks Division, International Bureau of Ministry of Finance, my name is Tsuda. I would like to say a few words in opening the session. Thank you very much for joining us today. World Bank, especially the Tokyo Development Learning Center, TDLC, has been for 20 years been able to contribute to urban development in developing countries. I would like to express my deep respect for what you have achieved so far. And the mayors and deputy mayors of city partnership program cities, thank you very much for coming to Tokyo. Without your perspectives on building resilient cities that address societal changes such as aging of the society and collaboration between prefectural government and city government, without your perspectives, it would have been difficult to celebrate today. From Uganda and Kosovo and Thailand, we also have distinguished guests from developing countries. I believe that we were able to learn from you what you are seeking in developing your cities, and I want to extend my deep appreciation for that. As for the Ministry of the Environment and MLIT and the senior advisors, your advice had been invaluable in making TDLC a leading training center. Now turning my eyes to the actual activities, TDLC's flagship, I should say, Technical Deep Dive, TDD, consists of lectures, on-site visits, dialogues, discussions, and action planning is made in 1 week, which is very unique, but very efficient. More than 50 TDDs have been held, contributing to 87 countries and 30 projects. I want to emphasize that recent TDDs are combining city development with cybersecurity or water management, for example, and therefore TDD has making a lot of progress. Looking at last year track record, 109 experts took part, of which 50 are from Japan. So I think this is a way in which intellectual contribution from Japan is taking shape. CPP started in 2016, and so I think you are in your 8th year. Infrastructure development, environmental protection, transportation system, and disaster resilience, technology, among others. These information and experience are not only shared as best practice, but also delivered to people around the world through publications and various knowledge events. The biggest contribution or added value of TDLC for me is to connect people. CPP, the people from city partnership programs, are able to bring together knowledge and experience to other countries. But unless you are connected to specific country, specific region with specific developmental challenges, unless it is tailored made, you will not be able to make use of that information. For the people from the developing countries, it will just be relevant information. But through TDD, people from developing countries are coming to Japan and are meeting with people, experts, and also CPP city people in Japan by offering that place to connect with people. Knowledge is turned into actionable plans. TDLC, 20-year history, is embedded in that connection. And I believe that everyone in this room are indispensable partners for TDLC. Ms. Sahel share with us her experience in an orphanage, but I think we all need to listen to our own experience and come up with wisdom as to what we can do in order to solve those pain points. And that is the role of TDLC. Well, having said that, I must apologize that I have to excuse myself after this because the general meeting of IMF and the World Bank is going to be held next week in Washington, D.C., and I will not be attend all the programs that's scheduled today. But in the general meeting, I will be meeting with representatives from other countries and with also representatives from international organization, where I definitely would like to communicate the wonderful initiatives led by TDLC. I hope today and tomorrow's program will be fruitful to all of you. Thank you for your kind attention. Mr. Tsuda, thank you for the wonderful presentation. Yes, people and people being connected, that creates a big power, and having a place to connect where knowledge can be shared. For us to live, just being given a job is not enough. We need to be able to find our way how to live. And I was thinking of my experience in Bangladesh. I went to Bangladesh this year for the first time in 4 years. With infrastructure in place, people are able to mobilize, children can go to school, people can go to work. With the infrastructure, people are willing to make their own cities, build their cities. So when it comes to mobilizing people, many people from Japan were actually involved in Bangladesh. And when I say that I am from Japan, they would thank me for everything. And so Japan has a very important part in the people in Bangladesh. So Tsuda-san, thank you very much. Now I want to start the first keynote presentation. Mr. Ming Jan, Global Director, Urban Resilience and Land Global Department. Mr. Jan, over to you.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is a privilege for me to stand before you today to commemorate 20 years of remarkable achievement by the World Bank Tokyo Development Learning Center. And I would like to take this momentous occasion to express our gratitude to the government of Japan for the unwavering and sustained support to the World Bank and the TDLC over the past 20 years. We thank the Ministry of Finance for the partnership and active participation in shaping the program of the TDLC, and to the other Japanese government agencies, including the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transport and Tourism, Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communication, Ministry of Justice, the Urban Renaissance Agency, the Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA, the academia, and the private sector groups that supported many of TDLC's activities. I wish to make special mention to the cities of Fukuoka, Kitakyushu, Kobe, Kyoto, Hiroshima, Toyama, and Yokohama. These are TDLC's city partnership program cities that are the main source of knowledge and insights on Japanese urban development. We are also thankful to other Japanese cities, such as Tokyo and Osaka, that also provide innovative solutions and inspirations to many cities that the World Bank supports in their efforts to build their better living conditions for their citizenship. I look forward to a new phase of strengthened partnership, renewed vigor, and commitment. As we gather here, I would like to reflect on some of the main development challenges and opportunities that cities around the world face today. Urbanization is accelerating and at an unprecedented pace, bringing significant opportunities and also formidable challenges. More than half of the world live in cities today, and by 2050, nearly 70% of the global population is expected to reside in urban areas. Urban areas are engines of economic growth, generating over 80% of global GDP. Despite the economic opportunities that cities offer, many urban residents still live in poverty and lack access to basic services. This rapid urbanization puts emerging enormous pressures and demands substantial investment in infrastructure, housing, and services to accommodate the growing urban population. Cities must ensure that these investments are sustainable and inclusive, providing equitable access to all residents. And these challenges are compounded by climate changes. Cities are both significant contributors to 70% of greenhouse gas emissions, and they are also, at the same time, highly vulnerable to climate-related disasters. For example, flooding will impact 1.8 billion people, and 200 million people are exposed to extreme heat in cities. However, successful examples from around the world have demonstrated that cities can be part of the solution through innovative and practical policies and investments. Their policies promote affordable housing, shape livable neighborhoods, and create productive places that provide quality jobs. Building sustainable and resilient cities that can withstand and adapt to climate changes are not out of reach. So we need to develop new solutions and learn from the experience of these cities. Over the past 20 years, the TDLC has played a pivotal role in addressing many of these challenges and unlocking the opportunities that urbanization presents through knowledge and operational support. I will take one moment to highlight some of the key achievements of TDLC. TDLC has been instrumental in facilitating knowledge exchange and capacity building through its technical deep dives, or TDDs, and other knowledge events. Actually, TDD has become a model that we are replicating in many other different occasions. Like last month, we held a Livable City Academy for African cities in Cape Town, and we used almost exactly the TDD model in a different setting. Also, over the last 2 decades, the TDLC has organized, as was mentioned before, 50 TDDs on key topics in the urban sector, convening 2,000 client representatives from 95 countries. The TDD continues to be a unique platform for sharing best practice and innovative solutions in urban development. Every TDD is hosted by a participating Japanese city through our TDLC's City Partnership Program, offering an incredible first-hand experience for policymakers to see and understand how Japanese cities have addressed challenges and innovated urban solutions. We learned from Tokyo, Fukuoka, and Osaka their successful approaches to metropolitan governance and transit-oriented development. Yokohama showcased what it takes to deliver urban regeneration, design, and water management. Kobe taught us about disaster risk management and reconstruction. Kitakushu shared their deep expertise in solid waste management. Kyoto set an example of how cities can leverage cultural heritage and creative industries to spur growth and tourism. Hiroshima's experience on affordable housing and the resilient land use planning has been instructional for our clients. And finally, Toyoma's forward plans to adapt to an aging population set an example for global cities facing similar demographic trends. The TDLC also extended direct operational support to World Bank projects, helping to design and implement effective urban development programs. Last, the TDLC produced a wealth of knowledge products and research. Notable publications include Water Waste 2.0 report and the Municipal Solid Waste Policy Guidebook. These are some of the publications that actually are some of the most popular publications of the World Bank. As we celebrate this incredible milestone, we look forward to a stronger level of collaboration. The TDLC will play an even greater role in supporting the World Bank's new Knowledge Compact for Action. The Compact aims to take knowledge to a new level by placing it front and center of the World Bank's mission to end extreme poverty, boost shared prosperity on a livable planet. We believe that a livable planet cannot be achieved without shaping livable cities. By investing in sustainable infrastructure, promoting inclusive economic growth, and strengthening local governance, we can create cities that are both prosperous and resilient. Led by World Bank's Urban Resilience and the Land Global Department, this new Livable City program is built on 4 pillars that are essential for any cities. The first pillar of a Livable City program promotes a vibrant local economy, fostering economic growth through urban revitalization, cultural heritage, economic zones, private sector development, and skills development. The second pillar of this Livable City program focuses on safe, adequate housing and building, ensuring access to affordable, resilient, and sustainable housing through housing finance, national affordable housing programs, and the land management and administration. The third pillar supports resilient, low-carbon infrastructure and services, investing in sustainable mobility, transit-oriented development, flood protection, nature-based solutions, and solid waste management. The fourth pillar, builds on strong local government by strengthening local governance through institutional capacity building, revenue enhancement, and improved enabling framework for city governance. To deliver the Livable Cities program, we seek to develop an approach that is replicable with scalable solutions that can be adapted to different contexts, a streamline to increase the impact of knowledge products through standardized diagnostics, data banks, and benchmarking tools, fosters knowledge sharing and capacity building through global and regional technical deep dives, training programs, and a community of practice. And finally, we seek strengthen the partnership with key stakeholders, including government, international organizations, private sectors, and civil society. And in this endeavor, I think TDLC can play a really critical role in terms of knowledge dissemination, learning from each other, and scaling up the impact of the knowledge generated. The next phase of TDLC is envisioned to play a pivotal role in the World Bank's Livable City program by building on the highly successful partnership between World Bank and Japan. What can we expect from the next 5 years of TDLC? I think the plan is to expand formal partnership with Japanese cities to host TDDs and to collaborate on the production of new knowledge. New partnership will also be formed with the Japanese private sector, academia, city associations, and the regular knowledge hubs. The TDLC will leverage these new partnerships to offer deeper hands-on learning experience for World Bank clients and partners on emerging topics. In the longer term, we hope academy-style courses will provide structured, graduated, and sustained learning on urban development, delivered in collaboration with Japanese academia and the regional knowledge hubs. TDLC will also support thought leadership through the development of World Bank flagship reports in collaboration with Japanese institutions. Last, the TDLC will also offer opportunities for undergraduate and master's graduates from Japan to intern with TDLC and introduce young talent into the field of international development. We invite you to join us in this journey, and together, let us create cities that are truly livable and livable for generations to come. And again, thank you so much for your support, and thank you for coming today.
Thank you very much for that. Now, we're going to start our next session. Please bear with us a moment until we prepare the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the ambassador from Rwanda has just arrived. Marie-Claire Ambassador, Your Excellency, Marie-Claire is here with us. We're now going to start the mayor session. May I kindly ask the mayors and deputy mayors to join me on the stage. So this is going to be the first session for today. The session is Japan's knowledge contribution to foster livable cities worldwide. As was mentioned by Mr. Jan earlier, the World Bank is calling to make a livable planet, livable city. And what is needed to make a livable city? When the city is livable, it's very comfortable to live in, and various projects are ongoing around the world. But what is the definition of a livable city? And what does a livable city look like? So in this session, we want to talk about what we mean by livable and how a livable city can be developed. I would like to speak with the mayors and deputy mayors of 5 cities of the City Partnership Program. I'm not very used to handling a panel discussion, but I would like to do my best. From next to me, Mayor of Kobe City, Mr. Kizo Hisamoto. From Toyama City, Mayor Mr. Fuji Hirohisa. From Fukuoka City, Deputy Mayor Mr. Nakamura. And from Kitakyushu City, Deputy Mayor Mr. Katayama Kenichi. And from Hiroshima City, Deputy Mayor Mr. Nakai Mikiharu. With the 5 mayors and deputy mayors, I would like to ask questions on how to build a livable city. My first question. In your cities, what is the definition of livable city? It's a basic question, but this is where I would like to start. First of all, Kobe City.
My name is Kizo Hisamoto from Kobe City. So thank you for this for this opportunity to participate in the 20th anniversary of the World Bank TDLC. We are very much hopeful of sharing each other's experience. Kobe is located in the western part of Japan. And after the port was established, we have developed as an international city of port, and we have a Rokko area. And the urban area kind of developed in a very narrow land. And from 1960s, we have started to develop the suburban area. We have, in fact, reclaimed land from the ocean by also developing the mountains. And we have established the airports as well. And on the other side of the Rokko Mountain, there is what is referred to as Satoyama, which is the partially pristine nature where people have developed the nature. But city, so we have many people living in a small area. That is what the city is essentially. But Kobe, together with such an area, we have mountains, we have the ocean, and we have the Satoyama. So that's the kind of city that we are. And what we are trying to achieve is a coexistence with nature. So we need to continue to live with the nature. And we often talk about SDGs, sustainable or sustainability. And so cities that can coexist with nature, I think, are the livable cities, cities that is easy to live in. And what is important is not just to think of the present day and not think that we should increase our population now, because Japan is a country where population will continue to decline going forward. And in the society of declining population, we need to be sustainable. We need to coexist with nature. And we want to create a city that is very humane in nature, very warm in nature, and that is the livable city that we're trying to achieve as Kobe. Thank you very much. I love Kobe.
There is nature nearby, and it's not a difficult place to live in. So a livable city, I think, is a city where you can take a big, deep breath. So thank you very much for that. Next city, Mr. Fuji. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Fuji, Mayor of Toyama City. Congratulations on the 20th anniversary of TDLC. As a partner city of TDLC, we have been able to learn a lot, and I want to thank that opportunity. As you can see, population is about 410,000, and the area is quite vast at 1,241 square kilometers. We have the Toyama Bay, which is 1,000 meters deep. And Toyama Mountain Range is 3,000 meters high. Kobe City is quite dynamic, but so is Toyama City, 50 kilometers from the deep of Toyama Bay all the way up to the highs of the Tateyama Mountain Range. So we are blessed with a rich natural environment. So there was mentioning about coexisting with the nature, but Toyama City is selected as an SDGs future city, and we want to pass the nature that we have to the future generation, and also industry and people's livelihood has to be sustainable. So within SDGs 17, when we create our city plan, we look through the SDGs lens on whether we can be responsible for a future. We are a typical rural city, decline in population and aging of the society. This is something that has to be addressed to make it a livable city. A super aging society is a society where elderly people can live actively, where we can make use of their wisdom. But declining population is a problem. Number 8, healthy life expectancy is a challenge. And number 7, maintaining social infrastructure is quite costly. So we are a typical rural city. We need to address these aspects, and by thinking through the lens of SDGs, we're trying to make the city livable. That's what we're doing. I see. So each city have their own challenges, and addressing those challenges make your cities livable. So I think that is a very important perspective. Thank you very much. So next is from the Fukuoka city.
Thank you for the introduction. I am Nakamura once again. Thank you very much for inviting me to this wonderful conference. Thank you very much for giving me to speak in front of such a large, distinguished audience. Fortunately, we are pleased to note that Fukuoka City is recognized both in Japan and overseas as a livable city. One of the reasons for this is that it is a compact city that is surrounded by the sea and mountains with a blend of urban charm and a rich natural environment. In particular, the fact that the city center, as well as the land, sea, and air gateways, namely Hakata Station, Hakata Seaport, and Fukuoka Airport, are all within a 2.5-kilometer radius, is a major strength of the city. Being able to access the city center, Hakata Station from the airport in just 5 minutes is very, very convenient by any standard, be it Japanese or global standard. So due partly to these characteristics, it is one of the few cities in Japan where the population is still increasing. On the other hand, with the increase in population, we face diversification of administrative challenges that must be dealt with, such as dealing with the declining birth rate, aging population, and support for foreign residents. In this context, what we care a lot about in order to be a livable city is that we want citizens to feel it's a livable city with diversifying values. So in order to gauge the feelings of the citizens like this, Fukuoka City conducts a citizen survey every year. This is where our pride lies. Over 95 98% of citizens said that it is a livable city, and 95% of respondents said that Fukuoka is a city they want to continue to live. So this is a livable city, and also people are willing to continue to live in the city. So this is a Fukuoka. So we believe that it is necessary to continue city planning that emphasizes a rich life and diverse values. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Compact city. I know what you mean. Airport is nearby, and when transport is convenient, well, people tend to focus on transportation. And I have been to childcare facilities in Fukuoka, and you take good care of children in Fukuoka. Even with challenging families, you have foster parent systems in Fukuoka. So those are some things that I recall when I think of Fukuoka. Now, next is Kita Kyushu. This is Katayama, Deputy Mayor of Kita Kyushu City. Congratulations on the 20th anniversary of TDLC. Kita Kyushu was able to revive itself with help from the World Bank. We had a lot of steel mills, and we borrowed money from the World Bank to revive the city. I want to say a few words about our city. As a matter of fact, 5 cities were merged in 1963 to create Kitakyushu City. And the 5 cities have always felt that their own hometown is the most livable city. But after the consolidation, we've experienced a lot of things. So I want to share a few words on that. Kitakyushu City is located 60 kilometers to the north of Fukuoka. In 1963, Yahata steel mill was constructed. So we're celebrating 120th anniversary. So it was consolidated 60 years ago. We have lots of ups and downs we have experienced over the years. It's an industrial city, and with infrastructure, we have a lot of festivals. And there's the sea and the mountains nearby. There are 4 conditions to call it a livable city. First of all, to have the right infrastructure in place. And number 2, it's to have an economic activity that support the community. And number 3 is to be able to coexist with nature. Lastly, but not least, having a good community. I think these are the 4 factors that would underpin a livable city. But even if you have the 4 factors, it's not always easy. As I said, we experience a lot of things. So as you see at the bottom left, you have to be a profitable city. If it's not a profitable city, it's difficult to live. So, and then if it's a profitable city, you'll be able to make it a colorful city. And it's a colorful city, it becomes comfortable for people to live in, people to be able to live in a safe and secure manner. Those are, I think, conditions that would make it a livable city. So that will be all for me. Thank you. Thank you. I would want to hear more from you, but having a good community and for people to come together, as was mentioned by Mr. Tsuda, a livable city is created when people are happy to live there. I've been living in Japan for 30 years, but I have visited all 47 prefectures, and I love all the cities. There are colors, there are different thinkings and different histories of in each of the cities. And I'm sure people in Japan don't necessarily know all about that. So I think it's very interesting. Hiroshima City, please.
Well, how does Hiroshima City perceive livable city, and how we are trying to realize this? And I would like to reflect on the history that the city has gone on, and also I'd like to talk about the lessons learned from the recent torrential rain disaster. Hiroshima City has undergone many hardships in its long history. In particular, Hiroshima was devastated by the atomic bombing of August 6, 1945. The city itself was completely destroyed. Houses were completely torn down. And at that point in time, first and foremost, we needed the housing and infrastructure just to survive. And what you can see on the left of the screen is the Motomachi area when it was densely populated with illegal housing. And in order to provide housing for the citizens, the prefecture and the city collaborated together and implemented a land readjustment project for reconstruction, as well as build large-scale public housing. Then you can see the photos of those at the center of the screen. And from 1940 to late 40s, Japan went into a period of high economic growth, and the population started to increase. The inflow of population into the cities, the increase in nuclear families with a greater demand for housing. And so what we had to work on was to resolve the housing shortage issues. So we saw many housing development in suburban areas. In the 1980s, the number of houses to the number of households ratio became greater than one, which meant that the housing shortage issue was resolved to a certain extent. But there was a greater need for quality. So what you can see on the right of the screen is the new the transit system, which was completed last year. And this is called a Greenport Misora, which is a residential estate completed along this the transit system. And in the regional city, we started to see a new problem like a decrease in population, the aging society, the declining birth rate, and so forth. With the increase in the number of households and the development of new residential areas, what we started to experience is increase in the number of vacant houses, particularly in the hilly and the mountainous areas. And so in order to maintain vitality of the city, we felt that it was important for us to revitalize the inner city area to function as the engine of the city. And I'll come back to explain about this later on. But however, because we pursued the quantity of a housing unit, we came to face different types of challenges. The surface of the mountains surrounding Hiroshima City is covered with a decomposed granite soil, which is very brittle and crumbles easily when it contains water. And we don't have a lot of flat land. We call this delta, but it's very limited. So many houses were developed in the surrounding the hilly areas. And it's probably due to the climate change on a global scale, and that has started to cause torrential rains said to occur only once every several hundred years, and this has started to cause a lot of mudslides. That's the way the surface of these mountains, and what you can see on the screen is the torrential rain disaster that occurred in Hiroshima in 2014. And in this disaster, a mudslide struck a residential area on a slope at the foot of the mountain, destroying many houses, and caused a widespread flooding damage on the flatland further downstream as the outflow of sediments ended up blocking sewerways and ditches. At that time, when restrictions on development activities were not so strict, steep and narrow roads were often built along the valley lines, and when the mudslide occurred, many of these roads became flow paths for the mudslide, depriving local residents of evacuation routes and caused extensive damage that resulted in loss of many lives. And we also experienced similar type of disasters in 2018, and we had a total of 105 deaths, and 290 houses were completely destroyed in these two disasters. So In light of these experiences, we have reconfirmed the importance of building a disaster resilient city that takes into consideration risks associated with extreme weather events, earthquakes, tsunamis, and storm surges. As such, to be a livable city, it is not just about livability in terms of the quantity and quality of houses. We must work on the tangibles and intangible to be able to accommodate the disasters. Thank you very much. So cities are resilient to disasters, and given the fact that we are seeing climate change around the world, in regards to the countries that I support or the villages support, I look at them incurring damage because of disasters. So how can we achieve more livability there? Of course, all the cities have positives and negatives. So how can we make the weakness? How can we work on improving that? And that is what I'd like to ask you from here.
Feeling good? Thank you. I love your smiles. I hope I can continue in a soft and warm environment. So let me go to the next question. In order to realize a livable city, what are some policies and initiatives that you have implemented? Let me start with Mr. Hisamoto.
To create a sustainable city, there is something that worries me, which is that people are preferring to live in cities, city centers. In other words, there is many tower condominiums being built. And I do worry, are they really okay? Because Japan, at the end of 2060s, we had more housing units vis-a-vis the number of households. And that has been the case from around 60 years ago. And this has continued. And that the population will decrease going forward. But there is continued development of the housings, the development of tower condominiums. I believe that the tower condominiums will become the desolated in the future. In Kobe, when we have these condos being developed, that will take away the liveliness of our Kobe city. If we go to the next page, and Kobe in the earthquake some 30 years ago incurred a significant damage in the Sannomi area. What do we want to do? We don't want to make the city into an area with many high-rise condos, but we want to make a place for doing business and people who visit enjoy shopping in Kobe, enjoy the gourmet in Kobe, and to enjoy art scenery in Kobe. So we are working on many projects, and none of these major projects contain building condominiums. Now, these the tower condos. So those are the condos with a separate ownership. The management is very difficult, and these large condos have 1,000 units in just as in buildings. How can achieve a consensus? Developers actually sell the condo units inexpensively at the start, but in order to maintain the units, and then there needs to be a continued build-up of repair the contribution the paid out in a monthly basis. Unless this is done, the common areas within the condo cannot be maintained, like elevators or the entrance. And when they start to become old, they cannot be maintained, and there is a potential of them becoming a waste in the future. We are very much worried about that. So we are not enabling the tower condos to be built in the city center. And going to the next page, we are developing the suburban areas, and we have actually the carve-out mountains and reclaimed land from the ocean. Now, we created a subway in the suburban area, and we have the train system from pre-war days. And so we wanted to renew the areas in front of train stations so that we can revitalize that suburban area. So we want to revitalize the all new towns. And we want to make sure that people will live in those areas. And if we continue to build tower condominiums in the city center and have the population increase, that is not what we want to pursue, but we want to have more balanced the residences through the Kobe city, inclusive of the suburban areas. Now, Kobe has a rich nature like Satoyama, and these the thatch the lined the houses. Kobe has the largest number of the thatched roofed buildings in Japan, and farmers are not using these anymore, so we can refurbish this. In order to rethatch the roof, you need the experts, and we need to develop these experts, and so we want to revitalize the agriculture in these areas, and we have the university students and we have people from the city centers coming to live in these areas, and we want to revitalize these the rural areas where people are able to live more relaxed life. This type of balanced life, to be able to live together with nature, is what we are trying to achieve. Tokyo and Osaka, people, are, always having to worry about time. But Kobe, say Sanomiya, you can actually travel short distance and enjoy good food. And it only takes 30 minutes from these rural areas to city centers. Some places in Kobe you only need to travel 15 minutes to reach these areas. So we don't intend to focus on the tower condos, but we want to develop a city that can they coexist with nature. That is what we are doing in terms of our policy.
Thank you. That is wonderful. Mayor Fuji from Toyama City. Well, compact city is what we are making, focusing on transportation, public transportation. For the past 20 years, we've been working on this. And this is the schematic diagram. In a time of declining population, this kind of structure is necessary. So this is like a skewer and sweet dumplings. The sweet dumplings, sorry, the skewer. The skewer is the public transportation service above a certain level. From before the war, it was the Toyama station, and the public transportation, especially railway system, had developed around the Toyama City. All the bus routes are also running through Toyama City. So there are multiple axes that connect Toyama City. That is unique about Toyama, and that's a skewer or axis. And in terms of dumplings, if you draw a 500-kilometer radius from Toyama Station, it's a walking distance, 300 meters from a bus station. And we saw this as a dumpling. When the economy was rapidly growing, there was a sprawling of population where people were developing houses in the suburbs. And therefore, the central part of Toyama became empty. And it lacked livelihood, vibrancy. So what we wanted was to create a walkable city where people can live in a compact city. That was the idea behind the compact city. And there were three pillars to realize that: revitalizing public transportation, and also promoting people to move into areas along public transportation service lines. We offer subsidies. And number three is revitalizing downtown areas through redevelopment, lively and vibrant downtown areas where people can come and shop and dine and eat. So those are some ideas that we have. And as a result of our initiatives, you can see the inflow of population, and therefore the higher the bar means that there's been an inflow of population. In 2005, in the skewer and dumpling, 28% of the Toyama City population were living. In 2023, 40% of the people were living in this area. And then the land prices went up, tax income increased. In the past 9 years, tax has increased. And this increased tax income is used to execute our policies. Our city area is quite vast. There are city areas, urban areas, and also mountainous areas as well. And we're trying to circulate the money, tax income. We have a lot of public facilities. And so through scrap and build, we're trying to create a city structure that is efficient. Do I have a next slide? Oh, yes, I do. Panama City is quite wide, broad, so there are rice paddy fields, there are residential areas, and actually 70% of the city is mountainous. Only 30% is flat land. The important point is to have the right infrastructure in place. For example, the physical space in compact city, as you see on the bottom right, we need to have this physical space. And if there is something missing, we will create digital space. This is digital transformation. By having this dual space, we should be able to make our city convenient, affluent, and have the right healthcare, shopping facilities, and mobility as well, where people will be able to live in a comfortable way. Compact city allows for a smart city. And this is the electronic community bulletin. And people from overseas might not get this, but we have the community bulletin, which is circulated in order to offer information to people in the community. So we've introduced a digital to do that, and we also have POC for autonomous driving, compact and smart. Scrum T is the name of the team. Using digital in order to address challenges in the society. 194 organizations are taking part in implementing digital capabilities across the city. Thank you for taking so much time. We don't have enough time today. There's so much that I want to ask as well. Next is Deputy Mayor of Fukuoka City.
Yes, from that part, I would like to talk about the direction of our policies. Fukuoka City has a basic strategy for city management that aims to create a virtuous cycle of urban growth and improved quality of life. The fruits of urban growth are used to improve the quality of life of citizens, and this high quality of life, in turn, attracts people and economic activities further, and that would lead to the next stage of the city with growth. So this is the strategy for creating a virtual cycle. So in order to achieve the goal of a livable city, which is also the theme of today's event, we have been implementing various policies and initiatives based on this strategy. Let me give you the overview. First is about initiative for urban growth. In recent years, initiatives such as startup support, promotion of tourism and MICE, and strengthening of urban functions have been positioned as so-called growth engines. Also, we are implementing new initiatives such as the use of hydrogen in urban development. Next is about the effort to improve citizens' quality of life, which is a fruit of urban growth. For people to sense diverse richness of everyday life, it is important that they feel warmth and color of the town. So that is the period we are living in. Therefore, Fukuoka City is working to improve the city's attractiveness through flowers and greenery and culture and arts, so that we can develop the city so that each person can live with the feeling of richness. Thank you. That's all. Thank you very much.
Let me move to Kitakyushu. In Kitakyushu City, I want to change approach from a different perspective. In the 1950s, the 60s, the Kitakyushu industrial belt was full of pollution, water pollution, air pollution. And as you see on the left-hand side, we wanted to create a city where we can see stars and also clean the water in the Dokai Bay. It was important for the citizens to have a sense of ownership in creating a city that is livable. And then I think it's a condition to make a city livable. So the city government and the private sector, we build a partnership, and we sense that importance by overcoming pollution. And in the process of overcoming pollution, we were able to get access to new technologies in order for parents to build a city where their children will not have to worry about pollution, made petitions to businesses to clean the water, to clean the air, and then led to development of technologies that led to a cleaner city. And so, not just for our own city, but we decided that we want our experience to be shared with other parts of the world. And through JICA and also through the World Bank, our experience was to be shared with other parts of the world. Because by going to the field and by communicating our own capabilities, we were able to share with people around the world as to what we mean by building a livable city. And at the end of the day, there were lots of industries and the growth was slowing down, but new industry was being brought. For example, onshore wind, creating and implementation of onshore wind. The seas in the local community was transferred to new industries. And citizens felt confident that they were able to do this. And so that has led to the citizens and the businesses having ownership in building a good city. So we're in the process of experiencing that. It's not just what you see on the surface, but creating a community where the public, private sector, as well as the industry is collaborating. Thank you very much for that. Please feel relaxed, and it's okay. You don't have to worry about the time that is allocated for you. This has been wonderful. So next is Hiroshima.
In regards to Hiroshima City, our population is slightly less than 1.2 million, and we are the probably biggest the site in the Chugoku and the Shikoku region, but we have started to experience population decline. So population decline and people having less children and the society is aging. And in that regard, we need to revitalize the city center area. In the case of Hiroshima City, the area near the Hiroshima station, and there is an area in the Kabiacho and Hachobori area, and there are two cores that we have as designated, and we are kind of working on the oval-shaped city center development that connects the two cores. Now, in the Hiroshima station area, there is a kind of a tram or the streetcar that is still used in the Hiroshima city. And we are redeveloping the Hiroshima station so that this tram will actually travel to the second floor of the train station directly. So that's what we're doing. In the Kamisho, the Hachobori area, we are developing a football stadium. And very close to the city center, well, it's actually within the city center that the stadium is now located. And we are also developing the Sanomaru area of the Hiroshima Castle. So we are actually working on these projects, and through these projects, we are trying to revitalize not only the region, but we are trying to really energize the broader area, Hiroshima. Now, Hiroshima city is working on a concept of 2 million people strong Hiroshima city metropolitan area. Under this concept, 30 neighboring cities and towns within a 60-kilometer radius of the city center will work hand in hand rather than competing against each other so that we can all develop together with the city of Hiroshima. And with a view to this type of broad area development, we are working on urban development, and we are also working to promote the revitalization of cities through sale of local product, doing mutual promotion or tourist attractions. And so we are, working on this type of collaborative initiatives. What you can see on the right is the scene from the hilly areas, the mountainous areas, and to realize a livable city, we are working on revitalizing the city center area and also collaborating with neighboring the cities and towns. Um, and we are working on city development by also referring to the recent changes.
So I see you nodding to one another. So I feel that you are being inspired by other deputy mayors and mayors. I think the people in the room are also hearing that there is a concentration of people in the cities, and if you go to the rural part of the country, the infrastructure development is not making much progress, but there is also beauty in such cities, in the rural cities, as well as the people in the cities to build the city with their own and building their own identity is something that you can communicate, and that's something that the people in the developing countries want to learn from Japan. I think we're hearing a lot of hints from the 5 cities. So this is going to be the last question. What is the key to develop a livable city? We have enough time, so let me ask each one of you to contribute. Let me start with the mayor of Kobe.
The theme for today is livable city, a city that is easy to live in. Now, what is very important for a livable city? There is a must, yeah, which is a safe city, a resilient city. It's a city that is strong against disasters, and I think that is very important, particularly when it comes to Kobe. Next year will be the 30th the anniversary of the large the earthquake. Um, on the 17th of January in 1995, we experienced a Kobe earthquake, and we saw 6,434 people lose their lives, of which 4,571 people were from Kobe. And so, the citizens have experienced this, and they have experienced this firsthand. And so, what they experienced is taken as a lesson learned, and we have been working on developing Kobe as a disaster resilient city. And we have received a lot of support in rebuilding the city of Kobe. We have received a lot of support from overseas as well. And the damage was particularly significant because we thought that Kobe will not experience earthquake. That was the case with my parents. I don't know why. It's strange, but when you're in Tokyo, you do experience earthquakes quite often, and earthquake of the magnitude of 4 occurs quite often. But in Kobe, I only experienced a very slight earthquake. I don't know why, and so we kind of believe that there will be no earthquake in Kobe, and just a few people working for the Kobe city government. We had few people who were making preparations for a potential earthquake in Kobe, but that was not really shared. So it was really unexpected and caused a devastating damage. And Kobe immediately after that, of course, they try to save the victims, and we immediately started to rebuild the city. And so, in terms of the waterworks, we have installed large capacity water pipes. So for 90 days or 100 days, the both the water and the sewage system had stopped, and there were people, many people in evacuation centers, but there were no drinkable water. There was no water to flush toilets, and so it was a very difficult situation for quite a long time. So we must make sure that this is not repeated. And in that regard, what we've done was is created this large capacity water pipe, which is huge. And this is kind of not the main route, but the sub route. But this can actually store water. It's a kind of tunnel that is able to store water in this large capacity water pipe. And here we are able to store water to enable people to live for 12 days. And we can actually pump up water from here above, and we can actually receive the water trucks there. We are also able to take up water from other locations. So the 12 days worth of water needed for people to live is actually stored here. In terms of sewage system, the sewage system was devastated. So we have actually created a network of our sewage facilities. In fact, the sewage treatment facilities were formed into a network. So if one facility was damaged, then other could actually function on its behalf. Also, in terms of Kobe, um, we often experienced the flooding, the disaster even prior to the Second World War. Now, Hiroshima experienced the torrential rain, the damage, but we also experienced similar type of the damage here. The Rocco Mountain is made from these decomposed granite. And so we have decided to create many the dikes and things like that, embankments. And 7 or 8 years ago, we had quite a torrential rain, and there was a lot of the flooding that occurred in the Hanshin area. 700 people lost their lives at that point in time. But Kobe did not experience any the injuries, despite the fact that rain actually continued for similar times of duration. We did not occur injuries. So we've been implementing this type of measures against disasters, and also we have been implementing measures against the Nankai, the trough earthquake that could potentially cause tsunami. So we are using a lot of technology potentially to prevent the tsunami from coming in. So that's the precondition for livable city. And so there must be safety. Otherwise, people will not really feel a city to be livable. And prior to the natural disaster, you need to be able to evacuate, because sometimes you can't predict. But how can we leverage the lessons learned from the past? And I think you have shared with us experience that leverage that lessons learned.
Thank you. Mr. Fuji, please. Yes, this is a typical scene from Toyama City, as was mentioned by the mayor of Kobe, having a sense of safety and security, being able to protect the lives. That has to be the foundation. Unless you are a city where you can protect the lives of the citizens, you can't call it a livable city. On the 1st of January this year, we experienced the Noto earthquake, and the people living in the Noto Peninsula experienced devastating damage, and we also suffered some damage. And when the Kobe earthquake was hit, I went as a volunteer to extend some support. It was an experience that almost changed my life. So thinking of all these things, Building a safe and secure city is the foundation to creating a livable city. Another initiative that I want to share of what we do is Compact City and Smart City, which caters to decline in population. But to think of it, when there is population exploding, where public transportation is yet to be developed, there are many such cities around the world, and these cities could become a compact city, building the center and have the right public transportations in place and have greenery and water in a planned manner. And I think the key is to build the center of the city, and therefore public transportation is key. To walk around and having communication with people, creating a place where people can enjoy. That's what only possible in physical space. And digital space is only useful if you have a good physical space. So compact and smart. And building a good physical space and overlay it with digital. So compact and smart city building is what we would like to pursue at Toyama. Thank you so much for that. Women are able to walk around freely in Japan using trains or buses. This is not common sense if you look around the world, because it can get inconvenient if you're not able to move freely. For example, you might not be able to send your children to school if the school is too far away. And so having that mobility is very important. Thank you very much for that. So let's move on to Fukuoka City.
Thank you. In order to measure livability of the city and promote that, the lessons we learned, that's the theme of the question number 3. So Fukuoka City has a lesson, so I would like to share that with you. So in order to measure livability, we use two kinds of indicators in a balanced way and use them in the input for policy decisions. I think that is very important. First, indicators include objective indicators such as change in population and the number of convenient facilities and services that citizens can use. So these are indicators easy to quantify. And another important thing is we have to know how people are satisfied. So we want to know and grasp how happy and how satisfied people are. So these are subjective indicators. Therefore, we need a balance between these two types of indicators. Now, objective indicators are useful for comparing cities. So that is a benchmarking to compare to other cities, where we excel, where we lag, and it is easier to visualize by using objective indicators. But it is difficult to measure livability using only objective indicators. If I give you extreme example, is it easier to live in an urban area than in mountainous area? I think the answer to this question varies from one person to another, because the measure of values or yardstick for livability or well-being differs from person to person. Now, therefore, in Fukuoka City, as we live in a society where values are becoming increasingly diverse, we place importance on measuring and analyzing subjective indicators from the perspective of well-being rather than relying too much on quantifiable objective indicators. For this reason, we conduct questionnaire surveys on the livability of the city and the level of satisfaction in various fields, and we use the survey results as the guideline for making policy decisions. In particular, in order to realize a livable city, we believe that the key is to advance urban development with emphasis on how people actually feel in terms of livability. That's all. Thank you very much. Thank you. So the voices of citizens are very important and necessary because through voices we can understand how people are feeling, and sometimes we feel this is a good service. However, people do not think they are good services. Therefore, it's very important to listen to voices. That is the first step, and that was being practiced, and that is good.
Over to you, Deputy Mayor of Kitakyushu City. Again, I've changed my approach slightly, but as was mentioned by Fukuoka and Kobe, building a safe and secure city is very important. And it's also critical in thinking about livable city, but population of Kitakyushu City has decreased by 150,000 in the past 30 years. So it's really about how to maintain infrastructure. Maintaining infrastructure is critical. Otherwise, we will not be able to build a sustainable city. In the case of Kitakyushu City, we had to think of how to change the city. In the photograph on the bottom left, the mothers wanted to change the city to make it a city that is livable for their own children. So citizens were taking the initiative in making the city easier to live in, to make it livable. That has led to making the city livable. So I'm repeating myself, but the public sector, the residents, and businesses are collaborating, working together, and that's the foundation of our city. And therefore, education is critical. For example, this is how you would reduce garbage, or this is what we mean by circular economy, or in order to maintain bus operation, this is how we will do it. This is the kind of education that is being offered to our children. And having that collaboration and partnership from the public sector to the private sector and also involving residents is extremely critical. And we make outreach. Gamki Group in India, they signed an agreement to export our environmental capabilities to India. Building a livable city. What do we mean by that? It gives us an opportunity to rethink what our strengths are, and what it means to build a livable city. And that has been triggered through this partnership with India. And I'm kind of repeating myself, but in order to maintain sustainability, well, population is decreasing and aging in Japan. What will be our strength in 30 years' time? And not only for the residents, but also for the businesses. What makes a livable city for the businesses? We are having this dialogue and becoming a livable city for the planet. If we're able to work towards that same direction, we can collaborate even more. And that is how we are willing to continue to work to build a livable city. Thank you. So for the citizens to be able to take action, it's because the city government is listening to their voice and being able to read and write. That's kind of education makes our children take action to build a better future. So thank you very much for that. Thank you very much for waiting. Next is Hiroshima City.
And I believe that the key to creating livable cities lies in focusing on sustainable urban development that keeps abreast of changing social conditions while responding to new challenges. Many developing countries will experience rapid utilization now in the future, which would require not only infrastructure development but also the provision of high quality public services. On the other hand, Japan, after going through a period of the post-war reconstruction, rapid economic growth, is now entering a period of maturity as a society, with its population decreasing, society aging, and birth rate dropping at a pace unmatched anywhere in the world. And so the revitalization of the city areas, we need to work on sustainable development in collaboration with the neighboring cities and towns. That is what I've explained so far. And in this regard, I believe our approach to urban development in the maturity phase can serve as a significant lesson for municipalities in developing countries. Now, we are seeing the climate change advancing worldwide, disasters caused by extreme weather events becoming more frequent, and there is an urgent need for us to build cities that are resilient to disasters. What you can see here is the immediately after the torrential rain disaster in 2014, and after it has been redeveloped in 2016. And so we have developed a lot of infrastructure like the dikes and so forth. But in regards to disasters like this, we must also address the intangible, the aspect, not just the tangible. As we have redeveloped out of the past disasters, sometimes the traces of disaster will gradually disappear from cityscapes, and memories of disaster will start to fade. So it is essential that we enhance the mindset of disaster preparedness in citizens in order to ensure that memories of disasters are passed on to the next generation as valuable lessons learned. So in this regard, the city of Hiroshima is working to revitalize local communities and develop a museum to pass on the lessons of our disasters to future generations. And also the power of the regional community is very important. So we are working on mutual support in communities, such as through community-centered disaster planning, and encourage neighbors to speak with each other in the event of disaster, so that we're able to a strong city. And furthermore, from a longer-term perspective, we are endeavoring to transform into an intensive urban structure that I touched on before by suppressing land usage in areas with high disaster risk, and by formulating a location optimization plan to guide residential and urban functions to areas with convenient access to public transportation. So that is what we are currently working on. As such, we believe it is important to respond flexibly to changes in environment surrounding the city when creating a livable city. We hope that Hiroshima City's experiences, such as post-war reconstruction, dealing with landslide, revitalizing urban centers, collaborating with neighboring cities and towns, and strengthening local communities will serve as valuable lessons for other municipalities, especially those in developing countries, such that we can contribute to building a better future. Thank you very much. So everything that you've talked about have been a great lesson for us, and the challenges in the developing nations, climate change could be one thing, but to create a livable city and where people are able to feel happiness is that safe, and human rights of people, and the dignity of people are respected, so people are able to live as a people. I think your talks have all covered these essential elements.
Each city has their own unique color. So even if it was a theme, there are different ideas, there are different perspectives that is unique to the city. So I hope that these initiatives will be leveraged so that the world will become a place where people can coexist. I wonder how you felt listening to the panel discussion, and I hope that I can get your feedback as well. So please join me once again in a big round of applause to the mayors and the deputy mayors.
For 2 decades, the Tokyo Development Learning Center has been at the forefront of urban transformation. Our mission is to create livable cities through innovative urban solutions embedded in the power of knowledge exchange. From the streets of Japan to emerging cities around the globe, TDLC's vision has always been about connecting knowledge with action. Over the years, TDLC, empowered by partnerships and collaboration with key Japanese cities, has spearheaded transformative projects across continents, addressing urban challenges with tailored solutions from the Japanese experience.
So the TDD event that I was involved in was the Somalia Mayors Forum, where we had 6 mayors from different cities come to Nairobi, Kenya, and they met with various mayors from other parts of the world. I think the best takeaway was that irrespective of like the difference in the local context, mayors do face similar challenges. It really meant a lot for them to hear from their own peers how they went about prioritizing and balancing competing demands. I think that was really useful. So right now, Somalia and Japan are obviously at very different stages of development, but they could picture the end point, where they could go, and then the evolution of the challenges that they may be grappling with as the development improves or advances in Somalia. And I think it really reinvigorated them, and they have gone ahead and translated some of what they've learned into action under our project and beyond. I hope that TDLC can do more of those types of forums going forward.
I participated in the technical deep dive on affordable housing organized by the TDLC along with our clients earlier this year. It was a deeply enriching experience, both professionally and personally. It offered a truly unique and inspiring opportunity to learn from initiatives implemented within Japan as well as elsewhere around the world. The TDD was thoughtfully structured, covering key areas across the housing value chain, and provided insights into various international best practices. Japan's experience in disaster resilient and post-war housing was also highly relevant, given that our country faces similar risks of recurrent floods and terrorism. Japan's focus on energy-efficient building materials aligns with our goals of developing climate-resilient and eco-friendly housing. A big thank you to the TDLC team for such an amazing learning experience.
I have attended to the TDLC program for the technical deep dive. That was a great experience for me. Everyone carried their own experience to the table. One of the most impressive things is the rain gardens. What we have seen in Kyoto is a very primitive rain harvesting system. That's a real green garden, welcoming all the customers. So the rain regime is really great. Maybe 200 years ago, it was even better. The people respect the planet. People respect the nature. I think that's kind of Japanese culture. Japanese people are showing their love to the planet by finding efficient ways to save the sources, save the resources, save the energies, even save the sunlight. Also, Arashiyama, we went to a riverbank. They have built the flood blocker walls. The Japanese has a very unique approach to the nature solutions. It gives us a lot of inspiration.
From Japan to Africa, East Asia and Pacific, Europe and Central Asia, Latin America and the Caribbean, Middle East and North Africa, and the South Asia region. TDLC's reach and its impact are profound. As we look forward to the next 20 years, TDLC remains committed to knowledge sharing, grounded in strong partnerships with Japanese cities. Evolving as an academy that follows the knowledge bank model, TDLC is ensuring that the cities of tomorrow are more livable, sustainable, and inclusive. Together, we are transforming cities, shaping the future.
The next session is retrospective Japan's knowledge in our cities. Inviting representatives from the client countries of the World Bank. The moderator of this session is Mr. Peter Ellis of the World Bank. He is practice manager of Eastern and Southern African region of Urban Resilience and Land Global Department of the bank. Peter, please. Also, this session will be conducted in English, so if you want to listen to Japanese translation, please use the receiver, set the channel to 2, channel number 2. Peter, I hand over to you.
It's on? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you, Ms. Rosa Sahel, for the excellent moderation of the previous session. It was very informative. So unfortunately, you get me for this session. You don't get Rosa, so I apologize for that. So I think one of the main reasons, obviously, we have the TDLC is that so that a lot of our counterparts and our clients in the countries and cities that we work with can benefit from the experience of Japanese cities in terms of how they deal with their local development and also how they deal with not just urban regeneration, but also with creating resilience in the cities. So in this session, we will hear from 4 of our counterparts. I think we're missing one more. He's coming? Okay. So what I will do is, so each of our panelists will actually present for about 10 minutes in terms of the lessons from their cities and what they've benefited from the exchanges that they've had with the TDLC. But I just wanted to talk about a couple of things. One is, as you saw from the videos that were showing throughout the day, that there's a very strong collaboration across many countries, and it was very difficult to select only 4 or 5 cities to present. So the team has thought really hard about that. But over 20 years, of course, we were trying to figure out, what's been the impact of TDLC. It's not that easy to measure, since it really cuts across many of the cities we deal with. But in terms of the actual technical deep dives that have been done, most of them, of course, in Japan, but a few of them in the regions as well. There have been 50 of them, 50, over the last 20 years, with various local governments, academia, as well as private companies in Japan. And they've impacted roughly 450 projects at the local government level that the World Bank supports directly through financing and through technical assistance. So not only lending, but also through capacity enhancement with the cities across 95 countries. So that's most of the countries that we deal with in terms of our programs. And it's estimated that the volume of lending that it has impacted over these 20 years is about $73 billion US. So that's quite an impressive impact, just on the back of the envelope calculation, if you look at what TDD has done. In the region where I work in East and Southern Africa, that runs from the Sudan down to my own country, South Africa, we've also have benefited from the TDLC events. And for example, the city of Mombasa has been very actively engaged in the last couple of years in about 2 or 3 distance learning events. And as a result, we're now actually in discussions with both the government of Kenya and the government of Mombasa on a program of support to the city. That's a direct result of the impacts of the TDC. And similarly, even in smaller countries like Rwanda, there's been an impact of the TDLC. So you also saw that we had our colleague Makiko talk about the Mayors Exchange in Somalia. So even in post-conflict or countries with still existing conflict, we also do support. And actually, the Japanese government, through the TDLCs and other funding sources, are also quite active, including through the GFDRR, the Disaster Risk Facility, in terms of supporting local governments in these countries across most of the continent. So with that, I will hand it to our speakers. I think our first speaker will be, I will introduce them as they go to the podium, right? So you will all have about 10 minutes, and Haruka will give you two markers, one at the halfway point and one about 1 minute to go. So please. So first we have from Madagascar, right? It will be our first presenter. And we have, it's missing in my notes right here, but so our first presenter will be Ms. Sandrina Anjari, and now I have to get the last name right? There'll be a quiz at the end. We have to all pronounce Sandrina's last name. Randria Mananjara, who is the Secretary General of the Ministry of Decentralization and Territorial Development for the Republic of Madagascar. She oversees the Integrated Urban Development and Resilience Project for Greater Antananarivo, which is partly a World Bank finance program for the capital city. So with that, let me hand it over to you, Sandrina, please. You will sit here, or either way, you come to this. Okay.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and partners, I stand before you today with immense gratitude and honor as we gather to celebrate a remarkable partnership between our organizations. It is with great respect that I express our sincere thanks to the government of Japan, the World Bank, and the estimate Tokyo Development Learning Center for the invaluable support and expertise they have shared with us. Japan's commitment to development, innovation, and knowledge sharing has profoundly impacted our nation. We benefit the spirit of collaboration and invaluable lessons that stem in Japanese history and culture. The Tokyo Development Learning Center have been instrumental in fostering this spirit. Your dedication to capacity building inspires us. So I would like to take this opportunity to share some valuable experience from Madagascar regarding the transformative work we are doing in urban resilience through programs with TDLC. Today, I will discuss our efforts in empowering communities to transform urban life and strengthen flood resilience in Greater Antananarivo, the capital city of Madagascar. Next, please. First, let's address the pressing issue of urban flooding in Antananarivo. This is a significant challenge that affects approximately 3 million residents. The main challenges contributing to this situation include a rapid and informal urban growth rate of 4.4% per year, the occurrence of 3 to 4 cyclones annually, and outdated and limited flood control infrastructure. Next, please. To tackle these challenges, we have introduced the Integrated Urban Development and Resilience Project for Greater Antananarivo, known as PRODUIRE. These ambitious initiatives aim to improve the living conditions for more than 500,000 people, with an investment of $140 million US. We are focused on enhancing urban drainage infrastructure and services, promoting resilience and strengthening institutional capacity. Next, please. The impact of TDLC support on PRODUIRE has been profound. Design and implementation of PRODUIRE have benefited from TDLC technical deep dive, complementary with JICA's knowledge co-creation program and TDLC operational support activities. The first technical deep dive on integrated flood management, attended by concerned government agency of Madagascar and the World Bank Madagascar office in April 2016, informed the design of PRODUIRE. This TDD Malagasy delegation was composed of high-level representatives from Antananarivo municipality and the ministry in charge of territory development. This TDD provided to Madagascar delegation some opportunities to closely examine their urban flooding problems, learn how other developing countries coped with similar issues, and learn potential solutions from international and Japanese experts. The site visits to Japanese cities like Fukuoka City that successfully address urban flooding also give the delegation a practical understanding of applicable approach to the case of Antananarivo. Madagascar also benefit from the technical deep dive, a quality infrastructure investment in 2023, and was convinced that infrastructure is a driver of economic prosperity. The QRY mindset contributed to maximize the positive impacts of those investments. Especially for Produce, TDLC supported the formulation of urban development strategy to address the environmental problem of water pollution and sludge disposal from the rehabilitation of a 12-kilometer canal in the center of Antananarivo. In May 2023, TDLC mobilized Japanese experts to support the preparation of urban development strategies and plans based on Japanese knowledge and best practice in nature-based solutions. Next, please. The project Produire is mainly composed by structural and non-structural components and activity to manage flood and urban development. As part of the structural and no-regret investment, the project is financing dike and drainage canal rehabilitation. Every rainy season, the canal inundates multiple low-income neighborhoods and slums. The most vulnerable people located along this canal will be resettled in a new area in the same neighborhood. A specific operational support from TDLC was conducted in September 2023 to strengthen community engagement of the overall Produire project. The support focused on the orientation and application of the Japanese concept of Mashizukuri, inclusive town planning. The project has also secured an additional financing of $15 million to cover selective activities and mainstreaming the community engagement approach introduced by TDLC in project implementation, such as this pathway and bridge. In the next presentation, please. Thank you. This bridge. The TDLC community engagement approach contributed significantly to the success of Produire and served as a template for similar World Bank operation in Madagascar. With the political commitment led by the Ministry of Decentralization and Territory Development and the support of the citizen, Produire is not just an infrastructure project. It is a societal transformation aimed at turning the capital's neighborhood into hubs of sustainable and inclusive growth. Last week, we learned resilience and urban recovery in Hiroshima City. We are keen to adopt the knowledge shared by TDLC in the second phase of this project, which is currently under discussion. So I would like to extend our deepest appreciation to the government of Japan, World Bank, and Tokyo Development Learning Center. Your generosity is sharing knowledge and experience is truly invaluable, and we look forward to continue this fruitful partnership in the future. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Sandrina. So next up, we will have Mr. Revzi Escobedo, who is the Undersecretary for Governance and Field Operations in the Department of Education in the Philippines. Mr. Escobedo participated in the seismic risk TDD that was held in March 2018. We visited both Sendai and Kobe, and he's currently leading the efforts to make schools safer and resilient in the Philippines. As we know, schools are also important if there are crises like earthquakes or typhoons for communities to be able to utilize when the homes are destroyed. So this is from a much earlier TDD, so we can see the impacts over quite a significant period of time of about 6 years. So over to you, Revzi.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. To put a context to my presentation, allow me to share that the Philippines is now the most vulnerable country to climate change and disasters. Positioned in the Pacific Ring of Fire and along the typhoon belt, the country experiences frequent and severe typhoons, earthquakes, flooding, and volcanic eruptions. This vulnerability is compounded with by high population density, poverty, and the geographical spread of islands, which makes disaster preparedness and management becoming more challenging. With these hazards in line, the Philippines faces a critical need to implement a robust disaster risk reduction management and climate change adaptation measures to safeguard its communities and promote sustainable development. Next slide. In March 2018, we participated in a technical deep dive on seismic risk and resilience in Tokyo, Kobe, and Sendai, organized by the Tokyo Development Learning Center, the World Bank, and the Japan's Building Regulation for Resilience, Climate Change Mitigation and Development. This was held on the 7th anniversary of the Tohoku earthquake and tsunami event, which that jolted Eastern Japan. The TDD experience was indeed timely and valuable as it provided profound insights on disaster mitigation and management and new learnings from practices and expertise coming from practitioners such as Bangladesh, Kenya, India, Indonesia, Malawi, Peru, Myanmar, Ecuador, the World Bank, and Japan. Next slide. And from that TDD 2018 experience, we gained a lot of lessons. And among those lessons, may I share the 5 significant insights that we gained from that experience. First, scientific studies are important to inform policy and investment decisions. By integrating findings into DRRM policies, government can better prioritize resource allocation, implement preventive measures, and enhance community resilience. Ultimately, science-based policies lead to more effective disaster preparedness, response and recovery, reducing human and economic losses. The second is the importance of risk communication. Effective risk communication and coordination are critical to disaster preparedness. Clear and timely communication helps communities understand the nature of risk, encourages preparedness, and guides informed decision-making during a crisis. Effective risk communication enhances trust, fosters collaboration, and heeds preventive measures. The third is efficient resource mobilization. Resource mobilization is a critical aspect of disaster risk reduction and management, as it involves the efficient allocation and deployment of financial, material, and human resources to prevent, mitigate, and respond to disasters. Coordinating resources from local, national, and international sources allows for quicker and more organized responses in emergencies. The fourth one is the national and local convergence. The convergence of policies, plans, and programs across all levels of governance creates unified disaster preparedness, response, and recovery. In the Philippines, the national government provides overarching policies, frameworks, and resources, while the local government units have a deeper understanding of community-specific risks and needs. When these two levels work together, the local government units can tailor national strategies to fit their unique context, ensuring more efficient implementation. And lastly, coherent seismic risk policy implementation. This framework integrates scientific research, building codes, land use planning, early warning systems, and public awareness. Coherence ensures that all stakeholders, from the government to private sectors and communities work together under the same policies, frameworks, and guidelines to mitigate seismic risk. These lessons that we gained from that experience translated into 3 big projects. The first one, next slide please. May I share with you the Philippine Seismic Risk Reduction Resilience. Strengthening Metro Manila's resilience to earthquakes and other disasters is the objective of this project. This project is targeted to mitigate the impact of earthquakes on the public health care education system in the greater Metro Manila area. The Philippine government partnered with the World Bank to finance this project in the amount of $300 million. Through this project and its grant, 389 public school buildings and 36 healthcare facilities have been retrofitted to withstand earthquakes. School retrofitting aimed at making educational infrastructure more resilient to disasters is directly linked to improved learning outcomes. A safe learning environment is essential for effective education. When students feel physically safe in their school buildings, they are more likely to focus on their studies without distraction or anxiety of potential hazards. However, the Philippines would like to explore more about effective approaches to school retrofitting within the context of disaster risk reduction and management, which includes the study on comprehensive seismic and structural assessments, seismic retrofitting techniques, flood resilience and drainage enhancement, wind and typhoon resistant retrofitting, and fire safety retrofitting. The second project, next slide, is the Infrastructure for Safer and Resilient School project. The Philippine government engaged the World Bank to finance the Infrastructure for Safe and Resilient Schools project, which is worth $500 million. This project will benefit our 1,282 schools, equivalent to 4,756 school buildings, and 13,101 classrooms in 16 areas in our country. The prioritizing investment in making schools disaster resilient protects lives, minimizes disruptions to education, and supports community recovery. There are key elements of safe school investment that include structural safety, which ensures that schools are designed, constructed, and retrofitted to withstand natural hazards. Second, non-structural measures, which mean that investment should also focus on emergency planning, earthquake drills, and early warning systems to reduce risk inside the school environment. Then education continuity planning, which establishes remote learning strategies, setting up temporary learning spaces, and preparing alternative modes of education delivery to minimize the impact on students. And lastly, the inclusive planning to include and account for the specific needs of vulnerable groups, such as children with special needs. And of course, community engagement, which means that schools are hubs for communities. So investment should also involve engaging teachers, students, and local stakeholders. These foster a culture of safety and shared responsibility. And lastly, the Plan Smart, a risk assessment automated tool. With the support of the World Bank, the Philippines has developed a risk assessment automated planning tool to help the sectors improve their resilience capacity. This is the Plan Smart project. Leveraging technology is a game changer in disaster preparedness and planning. The country has embarked on the development of web application of risk-informed automated planning tools leveraging scientific assessment of the community, schools, and other vulnerable areas. The Plan Smart focuses on 3 areas. Plan Smart, ready to respond. This tool enhances national preparedness for disaster response. Plan Smart for sustainable human settlement. This tool aids local government units by providing digital climate and disaster risk assessment along automated risk-informed comprehensive land use planning. And Plan Smart for safe schools. This evidence-based platform enhances school infrastructure planning, emergency preparedness, and response. It generates hazards exposure data, maps, and calculates financial assistance and intervention, enabling proactive disaster planning. With these efforts laid out in the close horizon, we are assured that we can look forward to a future that can withstand the blows of any natural hazards that may come our way. The Philippines has taken stride towards this desirable future. And as I end my presentation, I want to thank the Tokyo Development Learning Center and the World Bank for their support in making our country disaster resilient. As we want to improve our DRRM strategies, more collaboration from different stakeholders should be pursued. Thank you very much and good afternoon.
Thank you, Revzi. So our first 2 presentations, it wasn't planned this way, but it turns out they're both island states, Madagascar and the Philippines, right? Just by default. Anyway, I think these were great examples of how, through the TDLC, the investments and the policy preparedness was informed and help our counterparts actually be more ready and target more specific investments that makes a difference in the lives of people. So just shifting now to my neighbor, south of me, since I'm based in Nairobi, from Tanzania, Mr. Rogatus Mativila. He's the Deputy Permanent Secretary for Regional Administration and Local Government in Tanzania in the President's Office and responsible for infrastructure development. So his team has taken part in various TDDs, mainly focused around flood management and river management. So we've organized many study tours to Japan to gain insights on flood prevention measures, including to one of the main rivers in Tanzania, which you will talk about. And as we know, floods have become a very big issue in many of our countries, especially in Africa. I think last year we had unprecedented rains throughout all of East Africa, causing major floods throughout the region. And I think they calculated that something like the rains, because of El Nino, started last year early in East Africa in September and literally did not end until about June or July of this year. So it caused a lot of damage to infrastructure and to livelihoods. So over to you, Mr. Mativila.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As I have been introduced, my name is Rogatus Hussein Mativila. I'm the Deputy Permanent Secretary responsible for infrastructure under the President's Office, Regional Administration and Local Government in Tanzania. First of all, on behalf of the United Republic of Tanzania, the government of the United Republic of Tanzania, I thank the government of Japan, the World Bank, and the Tokyo Development Learning Center for the collaboration and assistance they have given to us in learning and helping us to deal with various issues regarding to transport and floods in Tanzania. We have so many problems, as has been stated by the moderator, that, for example, last year we had a lot of rain in the country, and most of the infrastructure, especially road infrastructure, were very much devastated by the rain. But with the help of the center in how to deal with these issues, and especially the Jangwani in Dar es Salaam, Jangwani flood basin, we have done a lot, and the bank also has helped to give some money for the reconstruction or for maintenance of the roads that have been damaged by rain. Yeah, but starting just by introduction, that Tanzania is one of the most rapidly urbanizing countries in sub-Saharan Africa, with the 35% of country population living in cities, and they are contributing 50% of the GDP. In the past 10 years, the population in urban areas has increased by 62%, from 13.3 million people to 21.5 million. So you can see how urbanizing in Tanzania is. And with that, we need many issues to deal with them, especially for infrastructure and issues of flooding. And also 70% of urban population in Tanzania live in unplanned settlements, which are prone to floods. And unfortunately also we do not have very satisfactory planning and management. We are not very much advanced. And in order to reach to that advancement, we go on thanking the Tokyo Development Learning Center, where with their help and with their collaboration, we are learning how to plan our cities, the urban cities. Tanzania cities transforming, we have these projects which are funded by the World Bank, under which through the TDLC, we have been involved in learning many issues. And these projects which have been involved between the World Bank and the Tokyo Development Learning Center are these 3 projects, but does not mean that the World Bank has just supported only these 3 projects. There are so many projects under the World Bank and the others under the government of Japan through JICA, but just these are the projects which there have been collaboration between Tanzania, World Bank, and the Tokyo Development Learning Center. And so many years back, we have benefited from the Tokyo Development Learning Center through training, long courses and short courses, where most of Tanzanians came to learn here, master's, PhD, and first degrees. Yeah. Another project which TLC supported as an operational support workshop is a tactic, which is on integrated urban land and transport development. This was done in November to December 2021 online. And the memorable experience we got was reducing encroachment and unplanned development. We learned about this. And we learned about the assembly and the value capture tools for development, and also coordinating urban plans and infrastructure investment prioritization. We achieved the achievement we got from this, our adoption of master plan toolkit into urban planning guidelines, adoption of land use control approaches for hazardous areas into development control guidelines, and with the technical support from TDLC, we adopted the land adjustment as a planning tool for tactical project. Another operational support is the Msimbazi Basin Development Project, which is prone to floods in Dar es Salaam. And with this, the achievement was that urban flood management and design and the development of public parks. We had also exposure to Japanese urban flood management principles and technologies such as the Surumi River, multipurpose retarding basin, which serves both as a flood, water retention pond, and football stadium, has created awareness and provided the Tanzanian government agencies with a model in the implementing of integrated flooding solutions under Msimbazi Basin Development Project. As it can be seen there, that was done in February, and March 2022 was online. This was operational support by the TDLC. These are some pictures for the Msimbazi River in Dar es Salaam, which is a flood-prone area. As you can see, that is the city, Kariako area, very close to that place, a lot flooded. And the picture that follows down there is the road overflooded by water, and the bridge, you can just see the wall on top there, but overflooded all of those areas, people are living there, all of those places are overflooded, but now we are going to construct them. We are going to make sure this area is water cannot, to make sure the river is well trained and the place is livable under the World Bank project, which will start soon this year. Please, another. This is how it will be after the improvement. That is the place in Jangwani. This is a project known as Msimbazi Basin Development Project, and this is how it will be. You can see the river, and you see also the road passing there to make sure that the flood are being controlled and the place is being used. It will be a recreational area. Another place. We had also technical deep dives where we are supported the implementation of DUTP. The project is presently procuring a transaction advisor to prepare the feasibility study for the infrastructure investment supporting the corridor development strategy, which was developed through the participation in the technical deep dives. Also, the lessons from the technical deep dives also helped to prepare an updated Dar es Salaam land use plan that is aligned with the transit-oriented development. Another, please. So this is one of the corridor strategic after we have gained the knowledge from TDLC. Another, please. And this is the corridors and the proposed TOD zones, which is also under JICA. They are studying about TOD. They were the consultant from Japan. And the last are the pictures on TDDT, as I was there also in a technical deep dive where we came for TOD last year, September. There are other pictures following up down there, but this is showing that we were in TDD in Japan. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Rogatus. So as we can see, in one city alone, the impact of TDLC, both direct and indirect, is on about $1 billion just on financing from external source, right? The World Bank. That doesn't include the government's own financing source, which would probably take the project closer to $1.5 billion or above. I mean, the three projects integrated together and how they work together. And it's interesting to see how TDLC has also influenced the move from, I remember the first time Msimbazi was proposed, and it was all about concrete and creating a big canal to just flow through the city to avoid the floods. And now there's a lot more nature-based solution, how to make the communities benefit more from the natural beauty that exists there in terms of reducing the flood. So that's really wonderful to see. So thank you for that. So next we have Mr. Moinul Islam, who's from the city of Narayanganj in Bangladesh. He is an urban planner by training, and he has participated in the Compact Cities technical deep dives, one that was carried out from October to November in 2016, that influenced the urban regeneration project for the city of Narayanganj in Bangladesh. So over to you, Moinul.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Bangladesh is one of the developing countries in the world, and due to the economic opportunities in the big cities, the people are moving to the big cities and creating pressure on infrastructure and services. So same scenario is prevailing in Narayanganj city. I am representing Narayanganj city, which is very close to Dhaka city. So how cities Narayanganj city is transforming with the help of TDLC and the government of Japan and World Bank. So I'll share this story with you people. This is Muhammad Moinul Islam. Narayanganj is one of the first capital of Bengal, and the city has a port city and connect the global market because once upon a time Bangladesh was famous for the jute trading, and Narayanganj is famous for jute trading. Over the time, the jute trading has been shifted to ready-made garments, which is the prime export item in Bangladesh, and the city belongs this heritage. And the city has almost 2 million population and highest density in Bangladesh, crossing the national average. The city is famous for muslin and jamdani fabric, which is the UNESCO heritage, and the city celebrates its diversity through vibrant festivals and cultural and traditional crafts. So Narayanganj city has many industries like the steel, cement, pharmaceuticals, and so on. So the city economy is very vibrant. So people are rushing to the city and the city land value is very high, so it is quite difficult to make public access for within the city area. And the illegal land grabbers are occupying the lands. So I'll share all these things. So from the city, almost 10 people attended in the TDLC program from the 2016. I'm the lucky one of them. I attended the first one, the Compact but Livable Cities in 2016. That time we visited Toyama city, so later I will share the other things. And the solid waste management, and last year our 3 colleagues also attended the quality infrastructure financings. So we have some knowledge from the TDLC, and also we have the good collaboration with the Japanese city and partnership. So Naruto city, which is in Tokushima prefecture, we had a friendship relation with the city. We made an agreement in 2023, and under this agreement, we set up a Japanese Cultural and Language Center in Narayanganj and Friendship Shop. We also planted cherry trees and some cultural events also. The pictures are showing the events. So next slide. So from these 3 TDLC, we took some takeaway from the 3 TDLC. Narayanganj developed first master plan for the solid waste management. Earlier it was unaddressed and the city was very dirty. Now the city became more cleaner and tidy. So we also developed the material recovery facilities and medical incinerator we set up. And now we are working with the World Bank for make some feasibility study to develop in this field. And the city almost generate 1,000 ton waste every day. So how we can address these things with the good knowledge and expertise. So this TDLC knowledge gave us the impetus, and the World Bank funding also gave the ideas how we can materialize these projects. So this event also the significance for the city development. Next slide. Then the takeaway was from the compact and resilient development, and we visited the Toyama city in 2016. In Toyama city, we took 2 events. One is the Toyama Canal project, and in Narayanganj city, we have 26 canals, and we have the same scenario. Within the city area, we have the major canal. So how we can restore with the knowledge of the Toyama city. So later we developed, could you go to the previous slide? No, the next one. Okay. No, not this one, earlier one. Yeah, yes. And we took the knowledge from the Toyama city and we developed the Baburel Canal project in my city, and this is now a good public space. And also Toyama city has the LRT system, light rail. So now we also took project for the LRT system within the city area, because the city economy is very vibrant, and every day people are coming to the city and creating pressure on the traffic and other services. So we are trying to address the traffic scenario of the city. So that's why we are planning to build LRT system, which we saw in Toyama city. So one of the Japanese company also managed some grant from the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transport and Tourism of Japan, and they want to make some feasibility study in my city. Hopefully next year we'll get the LRT feasibility study, and we can go forward with the feasibility study. And Narayanganj is one of the first city in Bangladesh who prepared the climate action plan for the city, and we are following this climate action plan for every kind of development. Next slide. And the Baburel Canal, which is the most iconic project in Bangladesh, and this canal is 2.8 kilometer and connected 2 rivers. This canal, earlier it was grabbed by the land grabber and occupied people also throw their waste in this canal, and it was the mosquito breeding ground within the city area, and the city environment was very polluted, and people are also claiming the Honorable Mayor, why are you not taking any kind of step for developing this canal? So we received ideas from the TDLC and also pursued with the World Bank, and they visited the place, and finally they convinced and they gave us the support for this project. And now it's one of the remarkable project, and almost 2 million people are getting facilities, and in the very morning they walk along the canal, and in the evening time people have some leisure time, so they spend many times, and it's a good public space, and people have the good opportunities for the social cohesion, and small businesses are growing here. So in a nutshell, this project also have economic, social, and environmental value. Within the city, this project addresses the climate issue, ecology, environment, also the disaster, because Narayanganj has the industrial in nature, so fire is very frequent. So sometimes we don't get water for the firefighting. So this is also support the firefighting activities within the city area. So as a whole, this is the iconic project, and it creates a good impact in Narayanganj as well as all over Bangladesh. Next slide. This is some of the pictures, the after and before. So now we have the clean water with some greenery. Next slide. So people are enjoying this place, and also have boat riding and fishing, and every day a good number of people are enjoying this place. So, and it creates a good environment within the city area. Next slide. And for this project, we received some global recognition and awards. In 2016, for the planning and concept, we received the Asian Townscape Jury Award by UN Habitat. In 2017, we received another Smart Concept Award, and later last year for the Green Development Award from the Malta. So this project received 3 awards, also received the global news coverage like the Al Jazeera, Reuters, and also visited the World Bank Vice President, and he interviewed our Honorable Mayor beside the canal. So altogether, this project have good impact in city, in Bangladesh, and also in other countries. And in a nutshell, I can share one of the informations, because for the third time I came here, first in 2016, that time we received some knowledge regarding the development and how Japanese people are working and how we can share our knowledge. And we received knowledge, then we try to implement for the development of our community. So 2016, 2024, so these 8 years, we have some significant progress due to these activities. So I'm very much emotional, because actually this kind of activities, TDLC, World Bank, Japan gave ideas, also the support. So now our people are getting benefit. So communities are benefited greatly, and cities are becoming more sustainable, resilient, and livable. Thank you.
Thank you, Moinil. It's great to see the level of engagement and over the years as well. So I'm not going to try and summarize what the 4 presenters have shown us, since I think we took it away, but I just want to, just a couple of messages. I think one is that, it's hard to find a counterpart or client city of ours that have visited TDLC that have not come away having learned something and having said it was useful. which I think, you know, as they say, the proof is in the pudding, right? So if someone likes it, then they say good things. So at least from my side, I've never heard someone say, oh, that was a complete waste of time. I wish I hadn't gone to Japan. No, it's, of course, it's very nice just to come to Japan, right? But people are busy, so so that's been good. And just that, you know, TDLC, I think when you talk to our counterparts, it's really seen as a partnership. It's not a sort of just sitting down and being lectured to and being, you know, given examples of this is how Japan does it, but it's really an engagement between the cities and the Japanese cities as well, and the national government on what these cities can do as well, and learn from that in terms of actual implementation. And I think keeping that partnership going is a sort of key part of the TDLC. Secondly, in terms of the engagements, normally, as you could see from all 4 presentations, it's not a once-off. People come to Japan, they go back, and then we never hear again. It's a repeated visits coming back, which makes a difference, and it helps shape the ideas over time. These programs, they're not implemented in 1 year or 3 years or even 5 years. They take a long time to implement. So even if you look at the eastern part of London, which has been redeveloped, the person who was responsible for that told us it took them 30 years to do that, from the inception to when they actually completed it when the Olympics came. So the continuous engagement is important. And then related to that is the follow-up that's provided to our cities from TDLC. It's not that the cities only come here, but we also mobilize experts both from Japan and elsewhere through the TDLC to actually go to the cities, as you saw, and work with them in the cities. So it's on the ground, hands-on, helping them resolve the issues. Because at the end of the day, you have to be with them on the ground to see actually how you could do these redevelopments and do them effectively, because it changes your perspective as well. So with that, please join me in thanking Sandrine, Revzi, Rogatus, and Moinul for taking the time to show us the exchanges they've had with TDLC. Thank you.
Mr. Peter Ellis and all the panelists, thank you very much. Please give them once again a big round of applause. I myself, I was listening to the panel by the stage, and once again, I came to understand it is very important to continue, as Peter said, the work with TDLC. It's not 1 or 2 years, but I think it's important to continue for many years to come, because you sow a seed and it doesn't flower immediately. The image that I have about Africa is something I never knew until I go to Africa. We often generalize the society or the countries, Asia, Africa, and each countries in those continents have different problems and different approaches. As the 4 panelists mentioned, there are challenges unique to countries, and they take different approaches. However, if you cultivate, the countries can grow, and water is important as a lifeline, and Japanese technology can be utilized for that purpose. And in the next session, we are going to hear views from a civil engineering and technology perspective, and we are going to continue our sessions today, but still through the interventions from the 4 panelists, I think you and I understood the value that TDLC brings about. We are going to have a 10-minute break. So 4:35, we are going to resume our meeting. So on the table, I think you saw these brochures. You received these brochures earlier, and this is an impact story put together by the bank, including the projects which were not mentioned so far. So I think you can know more about cases and examples through this impact story brochure. Thank you. We are going to resume the session at 4:35.
So we have presentation, presentation for the session. Dr. Takashi Onishi, Professor Emeritus, University of Tokyo. He is a well-known figure in urban planning in Japan. So, Dr. Onishi, you have the floor. Thank you for the kind introduction. My name is Onishi. It is a great honor to be given this opportunity. TDLC celebrating 20th anniversary, and I would like to extend my congratulations. So, in the earlier session, we heard from representatives from Asia and Africa. Japanese experience is triggering discussions, and people are bringing back their experience in Japan to further develop their cities. And that has been what we've been seeing in the 20 years. And the foundation is the experience in Japan. More recently, in October of this year, AZEC, Asia Zero Emission Community, which consists of 9 countries, 7 countries in ASEAN, plus Australia and Japan. GHG emissions, calculation, monitoring, and reporting to adopt the Japanese approach. This was news that we heard recently in October. Towards 2050, as part of initiative to prevent global warming. This, I think, is one area in which Japan is contributing. So in my talk today, the title is, What Can We Learn from Ever-Changing Cities? So earlier I said that the foundation is experience in Japan, but my talk today is looking more towards 10 years, 20 years into the future when we think of TDLC activities going forward. I think we can learn to mutually because we have a lot of challenges in Japan, emerging challenges, and there are things that we need to do. This is something that we've heard from the mayors and deputy mayors in the earlier session. There's a lot that we have to do in Japan, and we also have a wealth of experience. So sharing our experience is one thing, but also learning from experience of Asia and African countries is also another. So mutual learning, I think, will become more and more important. So that is the perspective from which I would like to give my talk. Tackling a dynamic urban landscape, perpetual challenges, and municipal responses. We often say that Japanese cities are mature, and this is often the case for developed nations. And when you say it's a mature city, you would think that it is close to what is ideal, and therefore there are no problems or challenges. But if you look at Japanese cities, we already heard from Kobe and Toyama. There are major earthquakes, or there are torrential rains, as in the case of Hiroshima. Flooding, exposure to natural catastrophes. We are seeing many such cases. Online crimes are also on the rise in many cities. And infrastructure becoming obsolete is a problem. Climate change is leading to changes in our living environment. So these are new and emerging challenges, or maybe existing problems that are becoming ever more challenging. We need to take action. So when you've solved a problem, new problems emerge. That's the reality of cities. So if we could go to the next slide. Cities in Asia and in Africa, what is it that you can learn from Japan? That's what I am explaining on this slide. It is often said that in Japan, after World War II, urbanization and economic development was achieved. The miracle, it is often referred to. So in a sense, it's the miracle of Japan that we have experienced over the past 80 years. And similar story is experienced in our neighboring country, Korea. And looking back, public transportation network has been developed successfully. And I think that has been the key, especially has supported the growth and development of major cities in Japan. And the public transportation, especially transportation heading towards the suburbs. There are hubs where residential development had taken place, combined with commercial development. And a small version of that, I think, is seen in Toshima, in Toyama, like the square and the dumpling. The square being the axis and the network of public transportation and the hub of residential housing. To a certain extent, I think we have been successful in that area and has built the framework of Japanese cities. The second point, it's difficult to say how this is contributing, but safe and secure society without surveillance. There is no excessive surveillance, but Japanese cities are safe and secure, although there are crimes that are occurring, causing concern among the citizens. But compared to other cities around the world, I think Japanese cities have been successful in building safe and secure cities without surveillance through mutual support and reciprocity. This is not a hardware-driven approach, but still quite critical. And the third point is coexistence of the old and new. Land readjustment is one of the methods adopted in Japan, which was shared in some of our presentations we heard today. Over 100 years, this is a method that has been developing in Japan. Simply put, people would share part of their land, private land, and that land is used for parks and public space. And there will be roads and greenery and parks to be built in the community. That's a key point in land readjustment projects. The original landowners would cooperate in submitting some part of their land, and people old and new will coexist in that new community. That's this method. And this land readjustment project is being utilized throughout Japan, and it's been quite successful. Urban planning. In urban planning in Japan, I believe that these are the three key aspects. So in these three areas, we are able to share with you in detail. And if it's going to be of help, we hope that you would make use of it. But in the meantime, there are new challenges. If we could go to the next slide or next graph. This is a graph on the left-hand side. It's from 2015. Graph on the right-hand side is for 2020. So in a span of just 5 years, male to female ratio by age brackets. And if you compare the area that is circled, there is a gap. If you compare the two, blue is for nationwide, red is for Tokyo. So the graph on the right-hand side, there is a dip for Tokyo. From age 16 to 20s in this age brackets, women are increasing in Tokyo more than nationwide. This is a notable increase in the past 5 years. Young women are moving more to Tokyo in the past 5 years. It's quite notable, as you can see in these two graphs. And this is quite symbolic of population decline. Japan as a whole is facing a decline in population. And what you can see from these graphs is that the number of male and female population is so different, and therefore men are unable to find their partners, and the same applies for women. So the decline in population that we're seeing today is going to cause problems in the future as well. Next slide. This is the second challenge I want to talk about. There are some changes in the city-urban problems. If you look at the right-hand graph, red line shows a big drop. It shows the reduction in congestion on the Tokyo metro. So the congestion has been mitigated. But as you see on the right-hand side, there are vacant houses. Vacant houses are increasing. Graph for Tokyo is at the top. So it's not the rapid increase, but if you look at the number of vacant houses growth in the bottom chart, it's a quite rapid increase. We have a lot of houses, but people are not living in these houses. There are vacant houses, and this is also typical of decline in population. What is going to happen with these vacant houses? It's a social problem. And also maintaining infrastructure is another problem. Vacant houses are assets for individuals, but infrastructure maintenance will be costly, and climate change is giving rise to natural catastrophe losses. So these are new or emerging challenges, or maybe existing challenges that are being more exacerbated. Last slide. So once again, if I may summarize what I just mentioned, there are strengths of Japanese cities. For example, TOD-based city building, rather compact city, allowing for many people to live. That was made possible through TOD, and also community-driven urban renewal through land readjustment, where new and old people in the community can coexist. This was made possible, especially in the cities. But in the meantime, there are weaknesses or challenges. For example, decline in birth rate. Decline in population is becoming more severe in suburban areas. Eventually, it will become a problem in cities as well. And in the meantime, how to increase population in rural Japan. Digital nomads could be one way. New way of working using digital, but this is not that popular yet. So we have many challenges in Japan. I hope that TDLC in the next 10 years or 20 years, I want you to share Japanese experience, but at the same time, we want to learn from overseas experience so that TDLC will play an important role in improving cities here in Japan and also in other parts of the world. So with that, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Onishi. It was an outstanding presentation. There are a lot to observe, and I was taking notes behind the scene. Now I would like to invite another wonderful speaker, Dr. Yo Sasaki. She is currently a professor at the Waseda University, and she has become president of the Japan Society of Civil Engineers as the first female president. And she has been pursuing what landscape and scenery means in this changing modern society from multifaceted angles. She is active across boundaries of civil engineering, urban planning, and architecture. Previously, she helped TDLC's technical cooperation project. I hand over to you, Professor Sasaki. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the kind introduction. I am Sasaki Yo Sasaki. I work at the Waseda University, and as was just introduced, I became the president of Japan Society of Civil Engineers with 38,000 members, and the society has 110 years of history. In June of this year, I became the president of the society, Japan Society of Civil Engineers, and this has been quite exciting experience for me. Today, I am very grateful that this valuable opportunity given by TDLC, and I would like to share with you what I have learned based on my experience. I have been involved in 3 projects as is shown here. One is Panama City 2019, and 2020 Barranquilla City of Colombia, and 23 Antananarivo, Madagascar. And these first 2 projects in 2 Latin American cities, Yokohama actually has been promoting urban designing. And through this journey, Yokohama came up a model involving citizens. So this is a tool employed by Yokohama that is a city sketchbook tool. And counterparts took interest in this sketchbook, and we used this sketchbook on the ground and involving local community. We considered what would be the best cityscape. And we use cross-section drawings, and we are able to write in whatever people think, and it was a very unique and interesting method. And in Panama City, we use this sketchbook, and this is one of the outputs. I can't go into details, but roughly speaking, we considered this is what we want to do, this is what we want to have here and there. And when you consider that, people gathered and written in what they envision. That means that you can see outputs looks very lively and vibrant. So this is what we experienced in Panama City as a first thing. And a similar approach was taken by Barranquilla, and also the Barranquilla, which was on the way to a major development, and various people participated in workshop, and they visualized what the city, what they want the city to be. What was most interesting is Yokohama originated methodology, that is, and these methodologies were applied in Panama and Barranquilla. Through that, Yokohama those our members who have been using this approach in urban designing, they are again inspired by examples shown in Panama and Barranquilla. So we could take another step forward. So I think within TDLC, we were the one who actually learned very much from counterpart cities. And Antananarivo, and it was a very challenging development underway. And as was mentioned earlier by the speaker, a rapid growth of population is seen, and wetland or the paddy fields in those areas, cities are being built, and as a result, there is a greater risk of flooding. Therefore, to solve this issue, how could we make the area more resilient, and also to provide a comfortable and livable habitat or city for the residents? So, someone like me who considers much about community, but also there are people who have river management planning and experts in nature-based solutions. So we went together to this project site together with different expertise. Next, we conducted a thorough observation guided by local people in various areas. And we understand that there are different challenges in different places. And I could imagine it's very difficult to lead a comfortable life in these areas. However, to our eyes, and the city is being created by their own hands, but we saw energy and power and enthusiasm. As you can see, bottom right bridge that is very attractive, and local people built this bridge, which is necessary for them. So through such city development, how could we build better, more comfortable, livable city? So, listening to the voices of local community, to my eyes, it appeared that this town is abundant in water because it's a wetland and there are many small canals and waterways. And the water has to be clean, and children can come to these waterways and play around, and also their parents and friends looking on these children, and just by these children, there are many water births. So I thought these towns can be a most livable city in the world. So we shared such image and what they envision. And we were able to receive such an opportunity, which was very valuable. Next. So first, we have to draw the vision for the future, and together we have to draw what they want the town to be, and such visions can become a communication tool. And then, can I have the next? And that would generate hope and dreams in the minds of people, and also people become more confident about this is going to happen. Particularly, this confidence or trust is very important because there are many stakeholders involved in projects, and there should be a trust among these stakeholders, and therefore there should be a trust, and also there should be a trust and confidence placed on this land because people can believe in the potentials of this land, and with that belief and trust, they can develop their city in their own way, and also that will lead to self-confidence and pride, and that would generate benefits, and in this way we can envision the future city. So I think this is familiar to Japanese audience. This shows the evolution of Japanese population. Japanese population grew very rapidly, but at that time, no one anticipated there could be a drop of population so rapidly coming. And as Professor Onishi said, including our own experience, technologies, and knowledge that we have as of now should be shared with counterpart cities. So unprecedented natural disasters can happen. And also, we are now trying to build infrastructure in many cities, actually. However, all such infrastructure needs maintenance and repair all the time. This is what we experienced already. And as the president of Japan Society of Civil Engineers, the other day I visited a minister of the emirate, and we handed a proposals for flood control and river basin in the future. What we are proposing is related to water-related infrastructure, agricultural infrastructure, and river infrastructure. All of these infrastructure have to be integrated in order to solve the problems we are facing. This is the gist of our recommendations. In other words, we want to build modern infrastructures. However, before modern infrastructure, we have a low-tech type of community-based infrastructure, which is traditional, based on local wisdom. And I think these different types of infrastructure has to be integrated in city planning so that we can build a truly livable society. For that purpose, not only professionals, but also local community have to be involved in making a city plan, and local people have to take a ownership of city planning as well. So we have to generate such a enabling environment. Now, one example is local city of Niigata, and we have been learning from this city for the past 5 years. And this is a wetland playing field. And for many decades in this area, many waterway infrastructure was built, and for drainage, pumping was used, and water was managed by such a technology in Niigata. As a result, we are able to harvest rice and control flooding. And there are remaining wetlands here and there in and Niigata City is now trying to create a network of these remaining wetlands because these wetland is designated as a Ramsar wetland city. One of the largest lagoon is a Fukushima lagoon, and I was involved in this project for a while. And many people think that Niigata is a highly populous area. However, within 10 minutes or 20 minutes, they can come to this lagoon just looking at it as a sanctuary. However, as I said earlier, this lagoon is locating within the very complicated infrastructure of waterways and modern infrastructure. Therefore, this lagoon is directly connected to such modern infrastructure, and people will be able to have different ideas about this lagoon and the significance of this lagoon, and we wanted to share this idea with local residents, and we use such a familiar character to explain what is the significance of wetlands, and we still continue this effort. So in this way, the cities and also nature that we have been looking at, how are they connected in spatial and temporal context? In order to understand such connectivity, and we would like to share wisdom with local community in planning city development. And this experience has been shared with TDLC partner cities as well. From a different perspective, the places we visit, we have discussions, and the pictures of discussions are shown on the screen now. Needless to say, women on the screen look very energetic and active, and also there are different men who are involved very actively in these projects. And last week, American Society Civil Engineers meeting was held, and I went there. On the right-hand side, on the left-hand side, you can see 4 women, and previous president and current president and next president. So with those 3 former and future presidents, I was able to take a picture. However, on the right-hand side, you can see the picture of the Japanese Civil Engineering Society, and compared to the United States, you can see still there are many men active, and viewed from Panama and Antarctivo and Barranquilla that I visited, we think that maybe Japan is not so advanced in certain areas. In any case, going forward, cities, or when you consider cities, we have to consider not only cities, but also nature surrounding the cities, what kind of lifestyle we want to have, and what kind of people are there. And we have to comprehensively consider the relationship between nature, lifestyle, and people. And this is indispensable. How could we gain such a complex and multifaceted perspective? People have different positions in different environments. People have different experiences. So the communication and dialogue among these different people is necessary in order to cultivate such multifaceted perspectives. Therefore, I worked with people from different background and environment in TDLC projects. Although the time was just brief, but I had a very good experience. In order to make livable a city, I think we have to bring together people from different positions, different background, different environment experiences, and create a trustworthy environment to have a deep discussion so that we can learn from each other. And this continues to be important in the future. And I am grateful for the valuable experience I was able to have. And in the future, I would like to continue to learn using various occasions. Once again, congratulations on the 20th anniversary. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sasaki. And there was a commonality of what the 2 doctors have referred to, the experiences of Japan. And the challenge that we identify, or the challenges that we need to confront, I think we need to look at that. And from those challenges, how can we communicate the experience to the next developing nation? And there is ways that is suitable for that location, and there are customs and culture and voices of that local region, and by listening to that, then you can identify a sense of value or perspective that may not have been visible from Japan. And so by being engaged in dialogue, you are able to make new discoveries. Thank you very much. So we'd like to proceed to the final session for today. And could I ask all the panelists and also the moderator to come up onto the stage? So our staff will guide you to the stage. This session is a session on CPP, a city partnership program initiative towards creating livable cities in developing countries. CPP stands for a City Partnership Program. And the World Bank right now has this partnership program with Kobe, Kitakyushu, Kyoto, Toyama, Hiroshima, Fukuoka, and Yokohama, 7 cities in total. And today, we have welcomed representatives from 5 cities, and we'll have opportunity to listen to them. And the moderator for this session is Angelica Nguyen's Practice Manager, Urban Resilience and Land Global Department of the World Bank. Please welcome Angelica with a big round of applause.
Thank you. I'm all these things to manage. Thank you very much. So as you heard, my name is Angelica Núñez. I am the practice manager of the Global Unit for Urban Resilience and Land at the World Bank. And it's, as always, a pleasure to be in Japan, in Tokyo, and here with you. The CPP, the cities that are our partners in this program are really the cornerstone of the program, because they allow us to bring our clients and our counterparts. They open their cities, they make themselves available, they talk to us about their challenges and the things that are working and that are not. And that it's always far more realistic and interesting for our clients than a video or us telling them what has worked and hasn't. Our clients have the opportunity to ask them questions directly to the practitioners and get answers in real time. We heard earlier today from the mayors and the deputy mayors from the cities, but we want to now hear from the practitioners, our counterparts that are really running things on the ground in each of the cities. So for this session, we are welcoming representatives of partner cities to hear from them how they see the program from their side, from the side of each of the cities. And to talk about the success and the opportunities as we are imagining and thinking of this program moving forward for the next phase and the forthcoming 20 more years. Where do we see this thing? How can we imagine? And we want to use their wisdom and their experience to design it and to think it in the future. So I'd like to introduce our 5 speakers right now, and I apologize for the pronunciation already. So Mr. Takanori Arima, Executive Director for the Environment and International Affairs Department in the city of Kitayushu. Thank you very much for being here. Mr. Shinji Honda, Senior Policy Administrator for Toyama City. Ms. Hiroko Okano, Deputy Director for Planning and General Affairs Bureau in the city of Hiroshima. Mr. Masashi Tateishi, Executive Director for International Affairs Department in the General Affairs and Planning Bureau of Fukuoka City. And Mr. Tadahiro Saigusa, Director General for International Bureau in the city of Yokohama. Thank you. So I would like to ask you to each talk about what is the motivation? Why would a city in Japan be interested in being a CPP city? Perhaps give us some examples of engagements that you've participated in, and what have you gained, or what has the city gained from these exchanges? So let's start with Mr. Takanori from Kitayushu, please.
Thank you for the kind introduction. My name is Arima from Kitakyushu, and thank you for inviting me for this opportunity. Together with TDLC, solid waste management and green growth, those are areas in which we have collaborated. So international collaboration in these areas is what I would like to cover. First of all, what I want to show is on the left-hand side of my slide. from the World Bank for the reconstruction of Japan. We received funding, and these are the 3 facilities. Of the 31, 4 projects were in Kyushu, of which 3 were located in Kitakyushu. So we have a long history of support from World Bank. Mr. Katayama, our deputy mayor, briefly mentioned about this, but I've been told not to show this photograph before dinner, but it's a track record that we have been able to rebuild from pollution. That is our track record. What was the trigger in implement initiatives? Well, the young people, young business managers had a sense of crisis. There was the steel shock, and just making or producing steel is not going to bring us anywhere. And that is when, as seen on the graph on the right-hand side, yen appreciated by about 100 yen in a span of 1 year. So this was in 1980s from steel. And there was a lot of discussion as to exporting our talent development capabilities, capacity building capability. That's how we shifted. In the area of technological cooperation, we had ODA, and this is the Dalian City Environmental Demonstration Zone project in China. It was in 1979 that we signed a friendly city agreement. And from 81, we have been holding training sessions. Dalian approached us to work together. And in 1996, as the first local government in Japan, Dalian's environment master plan was put together, and that led to an ODA project. So as part of this initiative, we wanted to grow the city through promoting business exchange at the city level. And also, IJES branch was hosted in Kitakyushu City. So we wanted to connect with other parts of Asia through a carbon neutral center in Asia. This was in 2012. There's about 300 projects. I will share with you some details on the next slide. With support from ministries and agencies who are present today, we have been able to implement these projects. So I want to extend my appreciation. On the top left, Surabaya in Indonesia. Experts from Kitakyushu were dispatched. That led to waste separation and compositing. And JICA published a book on this story. In Davao, in the Philippines, there's an ODA, but our generation using waste has been put in place, but the capacity building on how to properly collect waste has been conducted. And in Iskandar in Malaysia, together with a local business company, waste raw material for cement project is conducted, and recycling loop of food waste is also being conducted. In Phnom Penh in Cambodia, drinkable water. This is 2 weeks ago, I think, in a TV program nationwide in Japan. This story was taken up, and, and we're very grateful to be part of the project. What have we achieved so far? We're grateful to say that When people think of environment, they think of Kitakyushu. So our identity has been appreciated. As you see on top right, from the United Nations or OECD, we have received recognition in 1985. OECD report of cities achieving great green. Our city was taken up. And as a result of this, we call it civic pride, but it has led to pride amongst our citizens. And there was role that the citizens played in achieving that. A major achievement was Kitakyushu's design towards the creation of the World Capital of Sustainable Development. It was not led by the local government. Actually, it was bottom up. And it took 2 years to put this together. As you see on the left-hand side, the basic philosophy and the 3 pillars. These ideas came from the citizens, and it's still one of the principles of the city, which is quite rare in the 10 action plans. First of all, the 17 SDGs. So we were ahead of by about 10 years. Some achievements in overseas cities. In China, Surabaya, Indonesia, and Happoen in Vietnam. In China, in Dalian, in 2009, the then Vice President Xi Jinping came to Kitakyushu, and in Brazil, and in Indonesia, there is a award that is given to cities that are promoting environmental initiatives, and we have been recognized by them as well. So that is all for me. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. It's clearly, I think it's clear it's in the DNA of the city to share knowledge, no? Please.
Congratulations on the 20th anniversary. We have been promoting Compact City, and that has started when TDLC was established. We have been recognized by many international organizations. And as was mentioned by Kitakyushu in June 2012, OECD's Compact City Policy Report introduced our city's efforts as one of the 5 leading cities in the world, along with Melbourne, Vancouver, Paris, and Portland. In particular, the city was recognized for its early response to the issues that the world will face in the future, such as population decline and aging of society with low birth rates. In September 2014, the city was selected as one of the 13 cities and regions in the world to be named an energy efficiency improvement city by the United Nations SE for All, in recognition of the achievements of its environmental policies to date and the potential for future improvements in energy efficiency. And we were also selected one of the 100 resilient cities, and resilience strategy was compiled the following year. In July 2016, we were selected as World Bank City Partnership Program, and in 2020, the development of Toyama City was published. So there's been various opportunities for us to disseminate our policies. Our population size is smaller than other CPP cities, but we would like to continue to fulfill our role by sharing our knowledge and experience. This is just a list of what we have done over the years. 3 times, TDD has been held in Toyama, and with support from the Ministry of Finance, we have created reports on compact cities planning in Toyama City, and experts were dispatched to Romania and participated in seminars. November 2018, with with the government of Chile, and we have received support from Miki-san. in Santiago, we were invited to give a lecture. Our then mayor spoke on the initiatives for creating a city that is friendly to the elderly. It was impressive to see how the Chilean government was taking action in anticipation of population aging. Approximately 80 mayors from Chile were participating, and Mr. Nakamura from Fukuoka City also attended, and that triggered a working level exchange with Toyama and Fukuoka City. Bench project was implemented after Fukuoka, and Fukuoka City also visited Toyama City to observe Toyama's health monitoring project. So we were able to exchange with other CPP cities in Japan. I think that is one of the beauties of World Bank projects. So other projects, Toyama City has concluded cooperation agreements with Taban Regency in Bali Province and Semarang City in Central Java Province and Kota Kinabalu City in Malaysia. And by utilizing JICA projects, we are working with local companies in Toyama City to solve local issues. Next slide. This is from Tabanan Regency in Bali Province. We've signed a cooperation agreement. On the left-hand side, this is national heritage, and there are many subaks, which are water management associations, and they're requested for installation. And we walked jungle-like places. And in 2017, using JICA funding through a consortium with companies in Toyama City, we were able to contribute to solving local issues by introducing 4 small-scale hydropower systems and installing 200 LED lights using the electricity that was generated. This is also another example from Chile. June 2018, Toyama City was selected as the SDG's future city. And in the next year, with Lenca district of Santiago in Chile, we signed a cooperation agreement, and research projects were conducted under the Ministry of Environment from 2020. In 2023, as you see in the photograph on the right-hand side, this is a local plastic factory, and 2 megawatt rooftop solar power generation system has been installed to provide a power supply project. And the Japanese ambassador to Chile and the vice minister of the Chilean Ministry of Energy attended the completion ceremony. And the Chile side expressed a gratitude for this project. And this is my last slide. The Yangon City Corporation talked about the light rail system and the waterfront project that they conducted. I was very happy to hear that. That's the beauty of TDD. Partner cities addressing their issues and overcoming those issues. And the citizens of Toyama City will enjoy civic pride. And that would also lead to improving the city's image and also realizing a decarbonization society. So I would like to conclude my presentation by expressing my sincere gratitude for the cooperation and support of the friendly and very helpful staff of World Bank Tokyo Learning Center. Thank you.
Thank you. For those of us that are translating, you were talking very fast. I can see the translating persons trying to catch up, but very interesting, and very interesting that you mentioned that it allows, that the program allows you to also interact with other Japanese cities and exchange, different views. It's great to hear that. Let's hear now from Hiroshima, Ms. Sokano from Hiroshima, to tell us their side of the story. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I am Okano from Hiroshima City. Today, I would like to talk about the city of Hiroshima's efforts to create a livable city centered around the theme of peace, a particular focus of our city. First, I'd like to talk about the motivation as to why the city of Hiroshima is engaging in international cooperation. Hiroshima was struck by an atomic bomb on August 6, 1945, that resulted in a loss of many lives, causing great grief and suffering, as many of you know. The historic event is a great lesson for all. And having experienced firsthand the horrors of the war, and the importance of peace, we have a responsibility to send message of peace to the world so that the same mistake will never be repeated. For this reason, Hiroshima City, as an international city of peace and culture, is actively engaged in international activities towards the abolition of nuclear weapons together with the Hibakusha A-bomb survivors. The awarding of the Nobel Peace Prize to the Japan Confederation of A and H-bomb sufferers organization, Nihon Hidankyo, on this occasion may have resulted because of the world greater recognition of the Hibakusha's long-held wish for peace. The peace that our city envisions in a city is not only about the absence of war, but is also about the coexistence of human beings in a desirable environment where dignity over each individual is upheld and where people live as full human beings. I feel that this vision of a city is highly related to livable city promoted by the World Bank Tokyo Development Learning Center. I'll now discuss some specific examples of efforts made by the city of Hiroshima. Firstly, the Peace Memorial Ceremony held annually on August 6 provides an opportunity to commemorate the damages caused by the atomic bombing and reaffirm the importance of peace. Many people they visit us at this point in time, and through these events, Hiroshima is able to deepen its ties with the international community and expand activities for greater peace. In addition, Mayors for Peace, of which Mayor of Hiroshima serves as the president, is working to expand the number of member cities in order to create a major tide towards realization of a peaceful world without nuclear weapons. Currently, there are 8,470 member cities in 166 countries and regions around the world. Next, I'd like to introduce our efforts to promote peace through welcoming visitors. I think to come first in hand with the bomb attack enables people to work towards abolition of nuclear weapons. In particular, the visits of the then U.S. President Barack Obama in May 2016 and the Pope in November 2019 to our city had a great impact globally. They sent powerful messages of peace from the site of a bomb attack. Furthermore, at the G7 Hiroshima summit held on May 2023, the G7 leaders and heads of invited states were able to directly experience the reality of atomic bomb attacks through visits to the Peace Memorial Museum and dialogue with Hibakusha. The heads of states left their hopes for the abolition of nuclear weapons in the visitors' book, and we are hopeful that this will lead to concrete actions in the years to come. Hiroshima City is also engaged in various programs, and we have a program of inviting students to Hiroshima in partnership with schools overseas, which provides an opportunity for students to learn about the history of Hiroshima and to learn about the importance of peace. The photo here is from the TDD, Technical Deep Dive, held in Hiroshima just last week, organized by the World Bank TDLC. The mayor of Hiroshima is delivering a message of peace to program participants from various countries right in front of the A-bomb dome and the cenotaph for the A-bomb victors. And these collaborative initiatives between the city of Hiroshima and TDLC is a great example of promoting peace through welcoming visitors that the city of Hiroshima is advancing. Next, the benefit is there is an increase in civic awareness. Citizens have come to consider the importance of peace in their daily lives and have developed a sense of respect for diverse culture and values. And this also has impact on a global basis. For example, cities in the US and Europe increasingly campaign for abolition of nuclear weapons as Hiroshima's message creates greater resonance. Furthermore, many domestic and international tourists come to Hiroshima, and so there is a benefit in terms of tourism as well. When we are working on abstract challenge of peace, it is important that we not only focus on peace alone, but we must also link it to multiple benefits such as revitalizing the regional economy, promoting cultural tradition, fostering awareness that do not harm others. For city to undergo sustainable development, not just the support from the World Bank, but I think peace is essential. For this reason, Hiroshima, through international cooperation, will provide know-how for the developing cities. And we want to communicate the importance of peace to the next generation, and we will nurture the leaders for the future. I am confident that we can build a better future together, hand in hand, by each of us becoming bearers of peace. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ogano, and congratulations to your city on the Nobel Prize, Peace Prize. Let's hear now from Fukuoka. Mr. Tateishi, please.
I am Tateishi. I am Executive Director of the International Affairs Department. Congratulations on the 20th anniversary of TDLC. Now, let me start my presentation. Briefly, I would like to introduce the city of Fukuoka. As you can see on the map, it is close to Asia compared to other Japanese cities, and we have a history of interaction with Asia, long history, and we have developed the city as a base for diplomacy and trade. And I would like to explain why the city is motivated to engage in international cooperation. We have a 10-year basic plan that sets out the direction of city management, and we aim to become a leading city in Asia with a balance between people, environment, and urban vitality. With this ambition, we are boldly taking on challenges of creating a city for a new era. But when we want to become a leading city in Asia, that is not the biggest city in terms of population or economic scale, but we want to contribute to Asia as a sustainable city and become a city that is looked up to. In order to make a city international cities, make our city internationally competitive, based on this policy, we have been implementing measures such as promoting international business exchange, developing global human resources, and creating opportunities for them to play an active role. And we have three meanings of the international cooperation. It contributes to solving other cities' urban issues as we faced in the past. And also international cooperation gives us opportunity to introduce Fukuoka's endeavor for developing livable city to the world. And thirdly, it will, if we provide technology, we may be able to create business opportunities for local companies to expand their business. And this photo comes from the Asia Pacific City Summit, for which Fukuoka City serves as the secretariat. It offers opportunity for city leaders of Asia to gather under one roof to share and discuss urban issues. These photos are in 2018, and we concluded a MOU regarding the partnership program with the TDLC and have been engaging in TDDs. We are also working with JICA and UN Habitat as well. Now, I would like to share with you two examples of international cooperation carried out by Fukuoka City through TDD. The first one is TDD on waste disposal management that was held in Abidjan, Ivory Coast this year. African cities are facing rapid increase of waste in tandem with economic growth. We provided training on waste landfill technology that Fukuoka City and Fukuoka University jointly developed, and also Fukuoka method, which has the effect of suppressing greenhouse gases. And the second case is technical cooperation for improving the sewage management system in Ahmedabad, India. The city of Ahmedabad was struggling to meet the rapidly increasing demand for sewage due to rapid urbanization accompanying economic growth, water pollution, deterioration of sanitary environments, as well as impact of flooding due to climate change. To help the city solve those urban issues, Fukuoka offered technical cooperation. We received city officials from Ahmedabad for training. We dispatched our officials, provided online training training, and so forth. We shared knowledge and expertise regarding water environment improvement and flood countermeasures that Fukuoka has actually implemented to overcome our problems. And I understand that this is the case of technical cooperation involving a Japanese municipality where the World Bank has engaged over a period of more than 1 year. And these activities of technical cooperation were widely disseminated through news articles and publications by the bank TDLC. We consider this is a significant achievement in terms of communicating Fukuoka's initiatives to the world. In addition, some of our staff engaged in these projects said that it offered them opportunity to look back on the Fukuoka's city policies, and which was useful for improving their ability to plan future policies. In addition, we think that having our city's policy selected by the World Bank was meaningful because we were able to realize anew our policies were the city's strength. It was significant from the perspective of our city's promotion as well. I hope to see more cases where technology we shared through TDDs is used in concrete ways going forward. And I also hope to see more cases where this leads to overseas expansion of local companies. To make a publicity to conclude, the Asia Pacific City Summit will be held in 2 years' time in Fukuoka City. We are going to work out the details going forward, but we will come back to you when we have a plan set. This concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tateishi. And last but not least, we will hear from Yokohama. Mr. Saigusa, please.
Thank you very much, Angelica. My name is Saigusa. I'm from the Yokohama City, and I congratulate the World Bank TTC for a 20th anniversary. Thank you very much for offering this type of opportunity today. And from 2011, we have been working on Whiteboard project, and please allow me to explain about that. Now, Whiteboard project is trying to utilize the resources and technologies that we have. It is an international technological cooperation project under the collaboration with the public and private sector. And we try to apply this in resolving the challenges faced by the emerging countries. Now, behind the technology support of Yokohama is the experience where we went through urbanization, through rapid population growth and so forth. Since the 1950s, Yokohama City, on an annual basis, we saw population increase by some 100,000 people. In other words, sprawling effect was quite evident. As a consequence, the housing and the factories were actually built in the same area. The living environment deteriorated, and we were forced into a situation where we needed to respond quickly. In order to respond to these issues, Yokohama City have worked on developing the transportation system or the city center. In other words, we have engaged in 6 major projects to establish the foundation of the city in the future. We have also gave consideration for environment, and that has led to us becoming a sustainable city today. Now, many of the cities in Asia consider urban development thus far quite favorably, and so we are often asked to provide support in the urban development projects in various cities. And so we have experience of overcoming urbanization issue, and we have technology from the company. And so we are engaged in international collaboration project, which we call the Whiteboard business, leveraging both the public and private sectors. And we've been engaged in this Whiteboard business for quite some time now. And as you can see on the next slide, this is the flow of the Whiteboard, the project. First of all, we try to establish a collaboration network with the counterpart city. So master plan or the administrative plan, we provide support in establishing this plan. That's at the upstream. So using that as the basis, we will engage in business matching with the cities, the companies within the city. Then we try to link the relationship between commercialization. The specific areas that we target is the processing of the waste, the water treatment, as well as energy-related area. An example here is the Amanda Westi, the example in the Metro Cebu in Philippines. In Amanda Westi, the major issue was processing waste. So Yokohama City continued to provide know-how to Amanda West City, and have developed a factory for the sorting rubbish as well as plastic reusage. And more than 4,500 tons of the waste were reduced as a consequence, which led to the reduction of CO2 emission to the tune of almost 3,000 tons. Also, with the Bangkok in Thailand, with the support of JICA, we have been working on responding to climate change issues. And we have had more than 20 mutual visits to share knowledge, and have worked to establish a climate change the master plan. And we have also engaged in business matching in the private sector. And so with Bangkok and the Bangkok region, we have seen an introduction of renewable energies and so forth. In Yokohama City, we have this conference called Asia Smart City Conference every year, an initiative towards achieving net zero society participated by many Asian cities. This is a photo from last year. And here we had 44 cities and leaders participate, and have adopted and announced the Yokohama Declaration towards decarbonization in Asia. And the whiteboard project of Yokohama City has also been considered highly by the World Bank. And so from 2016, we have started to participate in the City Partnership Program, or TDLC, from 2016. As part of this, we have put together a resource book. And the resource book is used as reference to those the participating countries. And also the on-site training is also provided in Yokohama. But for the companies within the city, they're able to understand the needs of the challenges faced by the various cities. And so it is an invaluable opportunity for our companies as well. And the Asia Smart City Conference is also being held under collaboration with the World Bank. So the coordination with the World Bank in upstream also leads to identification of specific projects. And at the Asia Smart City Conference under the World Bank, invites cities from Asia. And so within the invited cities, and Yokohama City sometimes leads to creating new intercity projects. This is my last slide. And next week, on the 23rd and 24th of October, for 2 days, we will be holding the 13th Asia Smart City Conference. And so for those people in attendance today, I encourage you to also attend. I very much look forward to meeting you once again in Yokohama next week. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Saigusa from Yokohama. I have some minutes to do a quick recap of what we've heard in the panel. First of all, it's very interesting to listen again to how Japanese cities are already implementing a lot of the different themes and features of what constitutes a livable city, being in service provision, climate responsiveness, the idea of a city with a vocation like Hiroshima, a vocation to peace, and urban transformation, compact cities, transport, all that. So obviously from the technical perspective, a lot to give in terms of knowledge from the partner cities. But in terms of what I've heard of what it means for the cities to be part of this program, this is some of the things, 4 things that I heard that stand out to me as valuable. The first one is the ability to learn from other cities outside of Japan and also cities inside of Japan. No, sometimes we're looking into everything we do with such focus, we are not necessarily having the opportunity to learn, so the program allows for that. A very interesting idea of a sense of pride or identity, I think, that I heard comes out from the program as putting together the areas where each city is strong or has something to show. I think the ability of a citizen to be proud of where one lives is an intangible asset to a city. It makes citizens far more civic awareness, as was mentioned. The third one is an increased sense of, or a strengthened identity and recognition outside of Japan of cities that perhaps are not the largest city in Japan or not perhaps the most well-known, but this program allows them to be recognized and have a name and be well-known for a certain particular aspect that they're strong at. And the fourth one is the possibility for increased economic opportunities for the city and the businesses in the city and trade and economic opportunities that come associated or that can come associated with that. I think those 4 things, at least for us from the program, are key takeaways where we want to reinforce, we want to strengthen these aspects of the program that give back to the generosity that you always show to our clients and to us by opening your cities and giving your time and your energy and your teams into the program. So thank you again for being part of this program and sharing and being here as well, sharing with the public. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Angelica, and to all of the session speakers. So they have communicated their personal message, their city's message, but something that really resonated with me was peace in Hiroshima. Unless we have peace, and SDGs these days are kind of used as a fashionable word these days, but if we want to really achieve SDGs, then whether it be discrimination in the world or the war that we have, and the global environment is being deteriorated on the other side of the earth. We still have those conflicts. So when we take that into consideration, peace provides the peace of mind for people. And we have peace, people will be able to enjoy a more livable life. So we must not leave developing nations behind. And if they have the knowledge and education, the developing cities will develop and grow. And so the message to the developing nation is probably peace, peace that Japan really emphasized. In that regard, the role of TDLC is quite important in a sense that there is coexistence, there is a linkage, particularly in this world where there is a greater divide today. Well, thank you everyone for your participation until now, and thank you very much for listening attentively to all that we had to say. So this is a great round of applause for all of the participants. So to end with, we'd like to ask Angelica to make a closing remarks.
Thank you. So the last thing I want is to give you more words so that be in between you and what's coming next, which I hope you will enjoy, which is a little reception and a little cultural event. Just thank you again for being here. It's been for us an honor and a pleasure and a very lucky day to share with you this huge accomplishment for the program. I want to spend 1 minute giving recognition. It was wonderful to see all the pictures in the PowerPoints and people talking about all these different events. They take enormous effort from a group of people that are behind this program, putting together all these exchanges, making sure all this happens. So I would like you, if you can join me, give a round of applause to the actual team in TDLC, which is spread out in the tables, and if you can stand up and be seen, because I think we're all very thankful that you put together not only today, but every event that has happened in the last, well, not all of you 20 years, but at least the recent years. So thank you so much. Thank you very much. It's a small but mighty team that is committed to knowledge exchanges and to giving the best we can from the knowledge of Japan to the world. With this, I just want to say thank you again. I hope you had a good evening. I hope you learned something, and I hope you are as excited as we are to continue this journey for learning from Japan and from the other cities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Angelica. So with this, we'd like to conclude the 20th anniversary event, the World Bank TDLC anniversary event celebrating 20 years of knowledge sharing for livable cities. We'll be holding a reception at UE on the other side of the garden. And so there will be the introduction of initiatives of the various cities. So a great opportunity to learn about the activities of the partner cities, and we want to certainly enjoy toast with you. So I very much encourage you to participate. And sorry. So I'd like to have your participation, and by continuing and networking, whether the actions that you've engaged in thus far or anything that you want to engage in going forward, you will be able to communicate that people spoke about this. Dialogue is important. So please continue the dialogue in the next reception through dialogue. Please create new the avenues of communication. So this is the end of the event. There is also a small gift in the gray bag, so please take that with you as well. And please leave the device for interpretation on the table. I very much look forward to meeting all of you once again in the near future. I myself feel honored to have participated in the World Bank TDLC anniversary event. I hope that the world come together and be able to smile. And there are many people who are struggling to lead their everyday life. The fact that we have been able to spend time together, please do not remember and hope that we are able to meet up again. I hope the society is going to be an equal society for everyone. Thank you very much to all of you for your participation today.